Hello, friends. I suppose I'm actually supposed to start in this screen. Hello, friends. How have you been? Now I'm going to tell you about what we're working on today. So it is the last stream of the month. On the last stream of the month, every single time, I need to draft the monthly newsletter for RubyEvents. So today we're going to draft the July newsletter. Now, some things about this. Last month, we made a generator! So hopefully a lot of the manual aspects of this will be a lot easier. But also, I want to borrow some ideas from the Ruby Weekly newsletter. So if we take a look, in one of their newsletters, issue number 808, they showed like this upcoming Ruby events. And they were like, here's a couple that are coming up that are like a thing. And what I want to do is I want to try and capture this in the newsletter because I really liked how it felt. It felt really compact, it felt really easy. And so yeah, I kind of want to do that. The other thing is like, at least on my feed reader, these are like cute little flags and I like that idea too. Macavan, good morning. Phantom Glitch says, hey Chill, how are you today? I'm doing well, I'm ready for stream. Okay, so note this list isn't exhaustive, but we'll continue to mention and promote other events over time. So yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to like do today, is change that. The Stone C Sharp says, hello, hello. You are headbutting my microphone. You were sitting elsewhere on that table, perfectly fine until I started stream, and now you want to be on top of everything. All right, let's see. Let's hop back to here. We'll look at our newsletter generator. We'll look at our template. Let's see. Hey, Phantom Glitch. Thank you so much for the resubscription. 7 months. Yay. Phantom Glitch says chill cat codes today. Yeah, today I guess we're cat coding. She's like rubbing herself against the microphone stand, which is fun. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I think maybe we'll start with month's events, and that's like this month's events dot each. Next, if they're canceled, and do that. Do I want to go next if they're canceled? Or do I want to just put canceled if they're canceled? I think if it's this month's events, I don't care if they're canceled. If it's next month's events, I do care if it's canceled. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yes. Field Sleep says, Field Sleep, it's been a while, but if you think back, you might remember me. How is the SMTP gang? I was thinking about you like just a couple of days ago. The SMTP gang, 2 members of it celebrated a birthday recently. We had to go all out, went to the Children's Museum, we like decorated everything. They had a great time. They have a new kitchen set that they're really excited about. Let's see. Okay, so for this one, I do care if you're canceled. Yeah, okay. So let's kind of look at this. It's like name, and then it's the, let's see. Yeah, it's the dates and then in. So we'll do like, come on, stop headbutting things. All right, so we'll do name, linkies, and it looks like the whole thing goes in there, honestly. Come back here. Name, parentheses, date, date in location. All right, and then what's my location? Event dates in sentence. All right, and you know what I'll do? I'll take this whole thing and put it in here. And we'll just make this like quotes. And so we'll do event name.gsub, curly braces. And then this one is event dates in... I don't know if I'm going to keep this one because I don't remember what event dates in sentence does. Field Sleep says, awesome! Do you get some sleep now? No. So this is actually kind of like the big thing today is that I woke up at 5 a.m. and just kind of like held BCC until she went to sleep and then kept holding her because every time I tried to transfer her, she'd wake up. Until about 7 a.m. where Cece woke up and then I was like, okay, Cece, BCC, both of you are gonna go hang out with Subject. Bad Sleep says, I pushed some code that was all jail case. There was a discussion, lol. Wait, what language was this? I feel like that's a big part of the conversation. Okay, event dates in sentence. Pass in event. Good. And then outside that we have in event.location. Yeah. And then that's router.event path. All of this goes away. Blank. Videos are available. Okay. End. Let me kind of see how that looks. Oh, Field Sleep says C#. I think C#. Doesn't C# use camel case? I feel like that should be right. Okay, I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna see if I like the result. So we're just gonna like run this a ton as I'm editing it. So I'm gonna do bin rails g newsletter month July. I think that's right. Let me double check. This is the template. This is the generator. This is the year for the newsletter. Why do I want the year? Why do I care about the year? Where's the month? Oh, this is like create newsletter file. What? Where's the month? What was I doing? Okay, date, new, year, 2i, date, month names, index, month, name.capitalize. Where's name? Oh, name, named base. Named base. Okay, I'm remembering how this works. It's just July. Woof. The Stone C# says, I feel qualified to answer that question. Camel case. Sometimes Pascal. Depends. Field Sleep says, not camel case, chail case. My Ello and Varn and me. My Ello in Varn name. I randomly characterize characters. I feel like I do Pascal case. I feel like even with Bitburner, it made sense to capitalize the second B. For anyone who's not aware, Bitburner has been in my community. Field Sleep has been in my community for a really long time, and a long time ago, I played Bitburner. And Bitburner is apparently capital B bit, lowercase b burner. And I repeatedly did capital B bit, capital B burner. That to me is Pascal case, not randomly capitalized characters. My name represents Pascal case too. Alright, let me open this. I have no idea if this works. I assume it does. We built this last week. Okay. July newsletter, July newsletter, July newsletter. No open CFPs. That feels wrong. Ruby retreat. Okay, so we need to get rid of the from. Yeah. We need to get rid of the from. Alt-tab. Nope, not Alt-tab. And my guess is that inside this generator, I made a special thing like this with the on and the from that I no longer need. I now just need event.formatted dates. So I'm gonna delete all of that. Okay, and so then I'm gonna come back over here to template, and instead of this, boop, I'm gonna erase that. Failed Sleep says, will you ever go back to Bitburner? There have been many updates. It's now on Steam too. I actually have like a backlog of programming games to play where like the game authors have reached out to me and been like, hey, can you play this game? Because you play programming games and there aren't a lot of people who do that. And unfortunately, with everything that I've been doing lately, I haven't been able to do any of the programming games. If I was going to do that, it would probably be that. Phantom Glitch says, invent a new case. Sleeps case, where the Z is space. I like that, like 3 Z's. Sleeps case. Alright, let me see. I'll come down here and I'll mess with this one. Instead of this one, it's event.formatted dates. Hello, cat. Pretty sure. Blink in blink. Okay, now I'm gonna run this again and it's gonna tell me there's a conflict and I'm gonna say overwrite it. I'm shocked by the lack of CFPs. Oh no, it didn't. It said something different. Well, what are you having a problem with? Undefined method, event dates, and sentence. You know what? I bet I have another one. Formatted close date, formatted dates. Here it is. We'll erase that one. Boop. Failed sleep redeemed cat attention time. Come here, Pearl. Come here, Pearl. She doesn't want to come here. Nothing I can do about it. You have successfully gotten what you wanted. You have convinced someone in chat to redeem cat attention time. Ruby, are you gonna redeem it? Pearl has been demanding cat attention time this entire time. Screaming, crying, shouting, crawling on my desk. The time comes for cat attention time. Where is she? Nowhere. Disappeared. Ran off. So I'm kind of thinking about it and I'm not actually sure how to come up with like a one fun tip or like fact about Ruby conferences. And I think part of it is that like I'm just not sure how to be like fair to people. So like in the Ruby Weekly newsletter, they'll be like, oh, this person is gonna do a talk. And I'm like, how do I pick the one person who's doing a talk? I struggle with this in my blog post too, where I'm like, I know like 6 of these speakers. Like, I don't want to exclude them from my blog post because I know them and I think that will make them sad. And I probably did enjoy their talk. But like, if I put 6 in there, there's like 30 talks that I went to. Like, how do I decide which ones go in and which ones don't? And then like, who's gonna read a blog post with like 60 talks in it? Nobody. So it's like, how do I winnow that down to like 5 or 6? And it's, I think, impossible. Wow, you have a lot of hair. Kind of gross. I feel like most of chat has forgotten that like postpartum, I'm now allergic to my own cats. I should really just get rid of cat attention time, but I think that y'all would revolt. And so would my cats. The cats have forgotten this as well, which is why they like to sleep on the bed, which makes me itchy. Do you feel better? You seem to like that a lot. I'm just taking this as an advantage of this. Exogeno! Hey, it's good to see you. Exstudio says, heyo, chill codes, chat, and cat. Alright, I think that's enough. Off you go. This is so much fur. Go. We're all done here. That was so much fur. Exudito says, allergies are the worst, speaking from current situation. You're dealing with some allergies lately? Alright, let's see. So I don't think this is exactly what I'm looking for. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna run this again. Ben Rails G newsletter, July. Conflict? Oh no, what shall I do? I shall overwrite. If I passed a -- force, it wouldn't ask me how to handle that, but I'm gonna do it anyway. All right, let's look at this. So first of all, there's no open CFPs, which I find dubious. Let me actually like check that, because that feels wrong, but they have been like, the conference season is coming to an end. No, there's calls for oh. This is next month's. This is for August. There's nothing in August. Ooh. There's nothing in August? Let me go look at the events. Are there any newly announced events? Just EXO Ruby, those ended. RubyConf Africa has talks selected. Yuruko, where's your CFP? Closed in June. The thing is that some of them prep way in advance and some of them do not. Come on, list. Okay, I know Rails World has because I'm speaking there. Exudio says too hot to conf in August. Yeah, there's only a couple. There's the EXO Ruby ones. There's the Ruby Taiwan track in Taiwan. Oh, that's at Costco. I think we should be doing more of this. I think we should be having like Ruby tracks at other larger conferences or like one-day conferences beforehand. Okay, Rocky Mountain Ruby is selecting their talks right now. Tiny Ruby Conf closed in June. I don't want to like skip one. I know I've seen that one. I think I've seen this one. This one we saw is closing. This one we saw is closing. Let's check. If that one doesn't have an announced date, it probably doesn't have a thing yet. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me check and see if this one... It has a conference proposal up! Okay. CFPs reviewed on a rolling basis. Submit early for the best chance. Okay. So I recognize this one. This is actually the, oh, what's the word for it? The... Exudio says congrats on Rails World. Thank you! So I've been doing a lot of generator stuff on stream, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. I'm really excited about it. Okay. This right here, this style, is like originally designed by Evil Martians, and like they've been kind of like passing it around, but it's their CFP tool. This is September 2026. That's not actually a date. That's when it is. Okay, hang on. Let me scroll through this. Thank you for your interest in speaking at RubyConf India 2026. Talks that demonstrate how Ruby is being used in production. Okay, the CFP closes August 15th. That's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, complimentary conference ticket, invitation to the speaker dinner. Okay. Yep, that sounds good. All right, let me go. So sometimes what we're doing is we're gonna go in and update these. Okay, what am I looking for? Bin, Rails, G, CFP, -- help. I forget what the things are. Yes, please. Thank you. I love you. Nicole brought me a rice bowl. I have to take little nibbles. Okay, so we need to check what is, there we go. So we're gonna do bin, Rails G, CFP, event, that's the event ID. I don't need a specific name, so I'm just gonna jump straight to the link, which is this one. Paste that in, and then the close date, that's a dash, not an underscore. And that's gonna be 2026, August is 08, and then 15. 2026, 08, 15. Boom. Go. Yay! All right, I'm gonna do a bin Rails validate all and a yerba check. Oh, that's included. This looks nice. It's kind of like stuck though. I guess it's because they're all finishing very quickly. Come on, I believe in you. Almost there. You know what? The videos.yaml ones take a little bit longer because we've got one of the validators is a little inefficient in the way it does things. And like looks at the speakers file, and I think it searches for like, I think it aggregates all the speakers from the speakers file, and then it aggregates the videos one, and it's just kind of the opposite direction. Instead of saying like, here are the speakers in my videos file, do they exist in the speakers file? If not, add them. Okay, perfect. All validations passed, and it says yerba check happened there, so I don't have to worry about that. I suppose I could do like a little check to see this one and just give it a little once over with my eyes. Looks good. I would probably delete that space. I'm gonna run yerba check again. Just to see if yerba fusses about the removed space. Perfect, okay. Sometimes it does. All right, so now we've got at least one in there. The other thing I'm gonna check is I'm gonna go back to this, and I'm gonna check on Ruby World, which is in December. I'll open that in the new tab. I doubt Balkan Ruby, if it's just 2027, has the CFP yet. Ruby Kaigi, I wanna make sure I go to this one. Polga Mechanica says, hello world, how are you? Hello, nice to see you, Polga Mechanica. I'm doing well. I'm working on the newsletter, so what I'm doing is I'm kind of like going through these. So there weren't any CFPs in. So I'm gonna check these 3 events, Ruby World, Ruby Kaigi, and Roklo, in order to see if they have CFPs now. Aha! It has a CFP. So it looks like this opened on July 3rd, and that's the Ruby World Conference call for proposals, and it closes August 14th. All right, opened on July 3rd, closes on the 14th. All right, let me go up here to my CFP. I'm gonna erase all this. First, we're gonna start with our event, which is Ruby World 2026. Control V. And then we need our link. Thank you for following, Beast Kid Kevin. Welcome. Exit.io says, I took a stab at the Vim swap Yerba bug report. I think RubyMine's dev containers are causing some issues. I need to throw some EI at it. I find that for things that are like configuration issues and stuff like that, sometimes it does really well. Sometimes it does poorly, but Reflection 99 says, cool stuff. I can't watch the stream right now, but I'll definitely join the next one. Aw, thanks. I appreciate that. I hope to see you at the next one. Okay, so I go over here. July 3rd, 2026. So I have an open date this time. Oh, I need the CFP link. This is the apply. Okay. So then I'll make the link the page. Normally if there's like an info page that's like, here's info about the CFP and an apply button, I'll use that. Just because I think it's helpful for people to have the context of like, what's the CFP? Okay, and then we have -- open date. I often customize mine, my proposals to like the event itself and what they're looking for. Okay. Close date. Let's see. How to apply. Wait. Okay. August 14th, 2026. 2026, 08/14. There we go. Okay, I got the event. I got the link. I got the open date. I got the close date. Go! Off with ye. Yay! Alright, let me open this real quick. Take a look. Yep, that looks good. Now I'll close this one, that one. Here's RubyKaigi 2027. I really want to go to this one. Okay, it has nothing on it yet except for a venue, which has already been added. But yeah, I really wanted to go to RubyKaigi this year, but like it just didn't work out. But like next year, I'm going. I got it planned. Yeah, so this one, it has dates. So no, this is 2026. Yeah, this is 2026. This still says buy tickets. Okay, good. The tickets are closed. Yeah. It sounds like this has been announced, but there's definitely no CFP if there's no site. So it looks like we got 2 new CFPs. All right, let me get in here, expand this. I'm gonna run my generator again for the newsletter. And it's gonna ask me, do I wanna overwrite this? Identical. Hang on. Binrails DB seed. So my theory here is that my CFPs haven't been seeded. So it hasn't added them yet. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute to run. It runs the last 6 months worth of events. Phantom Glitch says, was the generator worthwhile for the newsletter then? I think it's paying off. Cause like I already have most of the newsletter. So like right now I'm checking in and I'm making sure that like I've got all the data that I need in there. And like 2 of those involved like putting them in. But I do feel like having all of this already set up is helping a lot, and it helps me feel more confident with like, oh, I'm gonna change the format because I can just update all of them. Ooh. Hello. But yeah, I feel like I've got 90% of the stuff that I need here, which is really helpful. So right now our template is just outputting this. but I do think that I can take this and turn it into like an array. Bogan Mechanica says, oh, Mouse Soup says, howdy y'all, hope you're doing mighty fine. Hey, good to see you. Bogan Mechanica goes, kitty kitty. That's you. I know, you want to headbutt me. Yeah, so I think this one, these are first time contributors. I think I can actually like execute this and like get those values, and that's one of the things that I want to work on today. So for example, if I take this and I go to my newsletter generator, let's see, here's at GitHub date range, there's PRs, JSON parse. That's the PR list. Fetch contributors. And I'm just gonna try pasting this in. Nope, hang on. I'm just gonna try putting this in. Yeah. And then I think what you can do is you can just kind of like execute this with like little tick marks. Oh, or with this like modulo X curly braces. Yeah. Okay. Hi, cat. Okay. So I think what's happening is we're actually escaping because of some of these slashes, but the slashes are supposed to be escaping from the actual thing and not like this. Yeah, I think that worked a little bit better. Use modulo X around command string. Okay, let me try this. I'll try the modulo X, but I'll use curly braces instead. And then, yes, that worked. Okay. So it's just the parentheses because it didn't like the escape. All right, and so this one, I'm just gonna call it like contributors equals. And the thing is, right now, I'm kind of like outputting all of that. So I'm searching for merged between these dates. I think what I actually want for this is I'm gonna remove this and I'm gonna do this, and that's gonna be GitHub date range, and then group by author login, name, author name, login, author login, count length, sort by count, reverse, and then I'm outputting a string for this. I think I just want to kind of like binding.irb right here and like see what I get. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to come over here and I'm going to say modulo equals modulo fetch contributors. I don't know if this can work. Welcome Mechanica says, chill, was it you who created the pixel art of the cat resting above the ruby? So this up here was actually my friend who has been here as like Boogie Lightning and Quinstone. And so like I had a couple of different like emotes and such that have been that I've like commissioned from her. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so this is the seeding. Here's all the typesense stuff. I think the other thing that I can do is I can open this up and I can just do bin dev. And then I'll know if the CFP like is installed and set up and everything. Okay, so I'll come back over here. Localhost 3000. I need to do this anyway because there's a value that I want from here. Thank you for following, Mr. Reboot. Welcome. There you go. So it looks like... Okay, let me scroll to the bottom of this one. This one's still doing like typeset stuff. Okay, so now if I go look at CFPs. Conferences. Okay, so I now have Ruby World and RubyConf India 2026. Perfect. Okay, that looks good. So now what should happen is if I go in here and I do bin, Rails, G, newsletter, July. What should happen at this point is I should have my CFPs in here. Okay, it says it has a conflict. That's good. Okay, said it had to force it. And if I go in here, what do I see? Ah, I have 2 open CFPs. Woohoo! All right, good. That's what I want to see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my template and I'm gonna use the other format for this one, where it's like, let's see, this one. Yeah. Yank in square brackets. I'm just gonna delete in square brackets, and then I need to go yank again. Yank in square brackets. Go right here on the square brackets and put it in here. And then everywhere where I have event, I need cfp.event. cfp.event. In cfp.event. We're going to the event CFP index path. We're going to use cfp.event. The CFP, cfp.link, closes, CFP formatted date, gsub year. Yay! Hang on a second. So X.io lurked trampoline park time. And Stream Elements was like, trampoline, thank you for letting me know you're here. You enjoyed the stream however you like. Bye, Exegete! That's kind of silly. Okay. That feels good. I'm gonna delete inner square brackets. Yank inner square brackets. Yep. That is actually what I want. Okay. And then I want tickets are available for ticket price. Videos are available. I like that. Okay. Prepare more than a few months ahead by checking out our calendar or the full list of events. I keep wanting to do like, here's the next couple months, like here's the next 3 months. I still might do that. I think today I'm gonna focus on like getting the contributors right and getting this, but I would really like to be like, here's July's events, August's events, September's events. Cause I feel like anybody who's like, you know, like EXO Ruby Salt Lake City got canceled, but I feel like they get kind of screwed because like the Ruby for Good 2026 is at like the end of September or end of August. So they get like a full month's promotion. But like EXO Ruby Salt Lake City gets just a couple days. If somebody's like using our newsletter to know like what's coming up. So yeah. DXWO212 redeemed cat attention time. Alright. Come here, cat. This is attention. She's purring. She's like, yeah, I like that attention. I'm gonna trim your nails. That's actually something I do So when it's like, when they're climbing on me, so they love when I'm talking to like just hop up here and climb on me. So they do that during like work meetings and stuff like that. So I'll just kind of like clip their nails until they run away. It keeps their paws like groomed and everything. And then I think the other benefit is that they're kind of like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like having my claws trimmed. I'm not going to bother her when she's on a call. Thus far, that second part hasn't happened yet, but their claws are getting trimmed. Yeah, you like this brush, don't you? I'm kind of using the same thing with cat attention time, where I'm just going to like brush the cat. Because their fur is driving me a little bit nuts, and it is summertime. So let me kind of like think about the things that I want to do next. So I think the next thing I want to do is I really liked on the Ruby Weekly newsletter how they had like the little flags and everything. And so what I want to do next is we recently introduced languages on a person's profile. I want to go through and like get the languages, and then I want to post those. Yeah, because I think that would be nice. That would help. There are some like controversial ones though. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the only person in the world that thinks this is controversial. But like, our English one is British. I don't know. Let me try finding that. Yeah, so I think that's the sort of editing I would be doing. Did you attend a Ruby event this month that isn't on the list? Yeah, let us know with an issue or PR. And for like the August events, I almost feel like maybe we should link to the videos or like the thing. DXWO212 says, my girlfriend likes the purple in your hair. Thank you. And she likes the kitty too. Yay. Hello, DXWO's girlfriend. Nice to meet you. Akash Chapanandi says, hey, what's up? So it is the last stream of the month. So I am working on the Ruby Events newsletter. We're doing some tweaks to the newsletter generator. I am a pretty big fan of this little section that was in the, what is it? That was in the Ruby Weekly newsletter. I liked this a lot, and so I kind of want to like steal pieces of it. One of the things I liked is they have the little country flags. And so I'm going to do that next. So for example, this is localhost, which is perfect. Let's see. I'm going to add English. It'll be reset at some point. Yeah. Wait, why is this GB? Is it because it's Brave? Lady Conga, you're DX's girlfriend? Oh, hello. I remember you. You've been here before. Let's see. Okay, so hang on. Let me grab something really quick. So like, if I look at, no, you come here. Oh my God, you're so annoying. Okay, hang on. Let me like, I don't know how to do this. Okay, come here. Yeah, okay. So this is Opera, Ruby Weekly. Take me to this. Okay, no. Latest issue, yes. And then 808, scroll to the bottom. These don't have any flags either. It has a flag on my like phone. I don't know why it doesn't have a flag on my computer. I mean, this looks pretty silly when it's not a flag. Do we have, no, I guess, huh. Do I not have that as like an emoji? Because what I was gonna do is I was gonna go steal, we do little flags here, understands English. Miles Swoop says strange. Font difference maybe? That just feels like a weird thing to have happen. On first of all, a server-side rendered site, but also like events, profile. Hang on, let me go to Marcos. Let's see. There we go. It's the same thing. Mouse, yeah, true. That's strange. Well, I don't want to like. Adding the flags was something that I really wanted to do. Let me try this. Let me do like can I look for like an emoji flag? Like if I want to look for United States flag emoji. Thank you, Mouse Foob. Okay, here's it's missing. Why is it missing? Why don't I have the flag? Swoop says, what? And the weird part is it shows up as a US flag, like in Twitch chat. Mouse Swoop says, can you see mine in the chat? Yeah, look, there it is. Lady Conga says, lol. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. Like, Soup says, wow, I clearly have, but it's not showing up. At first I thought it was Brave, but it looks like for Opera as well, it's missing. Disagree, 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 disagree. Save. Go away. What is this? Mouse Foops is so disagreeable. I'm very disagreeable when it comes to marketing and advertisements. No, this is weird. Maybe it's just me. But also this looks pretty dumb with flags that don't exist. And all the other emojis exist. Like here's the cute little Hotwire native one, little rocket ship. Oh, do you know what I could do that'd be really cute for Blast Off Rails? I could, instead of doing the US emoji, I could do a little rocket ship emoji. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't do that. Maybe? It works on Mac. I've seen it on Mac. But yeah, I guess if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Let's see. Mouse Boop says, I see the flags at the URL. Linux and Firefox. Let me see. Hang on. See? I see little flags on my phone. And let me try Ruby Weekly. Latest issue. Gonna wait. Gonna wait. Doesn't that look so cute? I saw that in my RSS feed reader, and this is part of the reason I'm so shocked, is I saw this in my feed reader. And I just think it adds this really cute pop of color. And like, I would like to include it. Mousum says Marco looks so pleased to be bilingual. Margot looks like his profile picture is very good. Yeah, I'm not sure. What if I put a little calendar emoji? I feel like all of them are a calendar emoji, you know what I mean? Emojipedia. Emojipedia. Calendar. Spiral calendar. Tear off calendar. Copied emoji designs, and see, this is what they look like in all of them. For Apple, Google, Samsung, Microsoft, WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook. See, all of these are like, yeah, we all have this emoji. So why play this quiz brought to you? Oh, wait, hang on. The flag emoji quiz. Okay, I want to see if this works. What? See, this looks like they actually just took a picture. I'm gonna guess this one. Nope. It belongs to Jersey. I'm not gonna play this game anymore because I think it's gonna be embarrassing when I lose. Yeah, I don't understand why those aren't showing. Oh, researching it, Windows doesn't show them intentionally due to international disputes or something. Hang on, do you have a link to that? I want to read that link. I want to read that link and I want to add that link to my notes. But also, like, I feel like that... I feel like there's enough people who use Windows that we wouldn't necessarily want to include those. That's this month. This month. Ooh. Okay, let me see this. Interesting. Interesting. Let's pull this up over into Brave. I like the title. The dumb reason why flag emojis aren't working on your site in Chrome on Windows. So you thought we'd be fancy and use cute little flag emojis in your UI as extra decoration to go along with country and language options. It's perfect. It provides an extra visual cue to help users quickly find the country they're looking for, and it just looks nice. You can even dynamically derive country flag emojis from region codes with a simple code snippet. Super cool! Life is good. A bug report come in. Hang on. Akash Chopadani says, hey Chill, please don't mind. Someone's watching the stream secretly. Can I say something to her? Yes? Malsu says, lol at that first sentence, you've been identified. Right? Okay. A bug report comes in. Some customers are saying the flag emojis are showing up as weird misaligned letters. I can't recreate it on my machine. Huh? Maybe they're using an ancient machine or extremely outdated browser which doesn't support rendering emojis? Nope. After gathering more information, we're finding they're using the latest version of Chrome on a Windows machine. What on earth is happening? Out of desperation, I asked ChatGPT. It was useless, as usual. Okay, after doing more digging than I feel I should have needed to, I found my answer. It appears that due to concerns about the fact that acknowledging the existence of certain countries can be perceived as a nominally political stance, Microsoft had opted to just avoid the issue altogether by not including country flag emojis in Windows Systems font. Problem solved. Can you imagine if your computer could render a Taiwanese TW or a Palestinian PS flag? The horror. But also, like, I'm sitting here in my head, like, you're still showing the PS and the TW. This seems like a big choice, yet there is very little official documentation acknowledging it. Mainly just confused people like me posting on Stack Overflow trying to figure out what's going on. So what does Windows do with flag emojis then? It just renders the letters of the country's ISO code, usually in an extremely ugly and poorly aligned manner. Windows. Firefox on Windows. Android. macOS and iOS. So this is the one that I would have seen. Side note. That's a weird way to render the lines. Lady Conga says, okay, chill, gonna lurk off to lunch now. Have fun. Bye. Okay. This is weird. You may have noted from the image above that Firefox on Windows doesn't have the issue. That's because Mozilla stepped up by shipping their own custom flag emojis with Firefox to fill the gap that Windows left. By the way, I like this one best. Just as like a side note, I think that this is the best out of the flag emojis. Why wouldn't Chrome do the same thing? We currently have no plans to ship our own emoji font alongside the browser, hence marking as won't fix works as intended. Alternatively, the website that you're visiting may consider providing an emoji font that has coverage for these flags. Oh, okay. I'm of two minds about Google's position here. On the one hand, I respect stubbornly refusing to cover for another corporation's BS, which shouldn't be your problem. However, obviously, Firefox was able to do it without too much trouble, and Chrome on Windows represents a massive user base who is forced to live with the fallout from this decision. Why couldn't Opera stand up and like replace this? Miles Swoop says, oh, so you could drop a font in the assets, I guess? Maybe. This means a worse experience for developers and a worse experience for users. It requires JavaScript to detect flag Hungry Hippo says people use Opera. I use Opera. I had Opera on this screen 5 seconds ago. Also, hang on. My light keeps like getting in my glasses. I adjusted the location of my like stream lights because I wanted to make it a little easier. Akash Chapadandi says open in incognito. Open what in incognito? A. Jason says what kind of nerd uses Opera? This one. This kind of nerd. If you absolutely need flag emojis, your two options are replace live emojis with hard-coded image SVG icons. That feels like a lot of effort. Yeah, you're doing something more dynamic where you won't know exactly which flag icon you'll need until runtime. Hungry Hippo says, I thought the only people using Opera were YouTubers sponsored by it. Can I get sponsored by Opera? Hang on, do you have information on how to get sponsored by Opera? Because I'm using it for free. Polyfill the flag emojis with a custom font. 2emoji font. You can use the Unicode range CSS property to only use the subset of the font which covers the flag emojis. Only you still have to download the entire 1.4 megabit font file. Country flag emoji polyfill library. JavaScript to detect whether it supports them and only load the polyfill font if necessary. How do you program it? This feels like a lot of work. This sounds like a lot of work. Akash Chapadani says, thanks, Jill. I hope things settle down. I hope things work out well for you and the person who has blocked you. Hungry Hippo says, I've seen plenty of sponsors from Opera GX. By seen, I mean I've been forced to sit through their sponsor methods, not I've been sponsored. Miles Foop says, oh, 1.4 megabytes is a kind of a non-trivial sized asset. Where's my sponsor messages? Also, I've never seen that. Alright, so we're gonna add this. It's a good thing there's someone on RubyEvents that's using Windows. Alright, let me add this to this. Not this. Not this. This. Problems. Emoji flags don't work on Windows? right, now I can close this. Yeah, I guess I'll just use something else. I think like, let's see. Mouse Soup says, if any opera marketers or agents are watching, please report back to the mothership that I'll switch to opera if you sponsor channel. Yes! Yes! Yes. Do you see how I'm using Brave right here? I could be using opera. This is very bad. Anyway. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. Kaigi. Ruby Kaigi 2026. No, not Kaigi on Rails, the other Kaigi. One of the other Kaigis. Any other Kaigi, an old Kaigi. Thank you. Okay, so half of these talks are in Japanese. Let me go to talks. Where are the emojis? Hang on. I can't tell which of these are in Japanese. Aha! What? Oh, you can't see it. Hang on. This right here is worth a note because we might want to like change the color of the backdrop of the emoji if this is a thing. Snipping tool. There we go. Where did my snipping tool go? It went over here. Yeah. Okay, that's weird. So I think this is a problem because the backdrop is dark here. I imagine, let me pick another Kaigi. Could not find a filter named watchable in the schema. If I go to the real RubyEvents and I search Kaigi, it works. Okay, good. 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 That's how I like it. Okay. Oh, look, Ruby friend. Okay. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when you're in like the talk thing. Let me kind of like scooch my mouse in between these. Okay. I think we need to open a new issue, like a real issue, not like a network, a newsletter issue. Emojis don't show on Windows. Flag emojis. Description. Flag emojis don't show on Windows. So some of our thumbnails, talks, etc. look a little sad, are hard to read. There we go, let's do that. Some of our thumbnails, talks, etc. are hard to identify as being in a language other than English. Maybe we should just tag the English ones too. So it's hard to identify which language they're in. Yeah, flag emojis don't show on Windows, so some of our thumbnails, talks, etc. Flag emojis don't show on Windows. Period. It's hard to identify which language some of our thumbnails, talks, or some of our talks are in. It's hard to identify which language some of our talks are in because the text blends in with the thumbnail. We did it. Yay. Okay, where did my snipping tool go? Where did my snipping snipping tool go? Did I close it? I closed it. Yeah, I closed it. Okay, so on some of the pages it works, and on some of the pages it doesn't. I think part of the reason is that our thumbnails look a little different on different pages, which, I mean, honestly is an issue in and of itself. Like, we could make that an issue. Okay, Control V, and then I want to go to, like, I love how because Mastodon was the last thing I worked on and it has a favicon, that's what the favicon falls back to. Okay. Let me try and find one. Here's one that is in Japanese. Okay, here's my snipping tool. New. Yeah, like when you hover over it, it looks okay, but then like you can't really tell when you're like looking at it. And it's like some of them are probably fine. Like if I go in here and I look for like tropical on Rails 2026, then we go in here and we look at some of the, yeah, like these, totally fine. You can tell it's Portuguese and everything. Let's see. Talks. What are the to-dos on this one? Oh, it's all involvements. Yeah, and trying to find the people from it. Okay, so if we go through here, yeah, these are Portuguese, but you can't, like, it's kind of hard to read because it's dark. But I think on this backdrop, you can tell. But yeah, I do think that could be better. So let's preview this. Flag emojis don't show on Windows. It's hard to identify which language some of our talks are in because the text blends in with the thumbnail. Let me go get my snipping tool. New. And we'll grab this one as a snip. No, new. Snippet. Boop. Excellent. And we'll just copy that. Come back over here. Right. Yeah, I feel like the Ruby Kaigi ones, because it's got a busy background and it's very dark, it is kind of hard to tell. Yeah, and then this one's not so bad, but that one's really hard. Especially because it's like a dark corner. Yep. Okay. That issue is created. Emoji flags don't work on Windows. Bonus issue. Boop. Bonus issue created. Hang on. People used to bug me about this, where it's like, I can do Windows dot. No, come on. I can do Windows dot to get an emoji. They lied to me. Shift Windows dot. Not helpful. Control Windows dot. No code actions available. I think they lied to me. I'm not going to go through that much effort to put a sparkles next to bonus issue created. Okay, so let me think through this. I feel like next month's events, put it on your calendar. That could look cute. Maybe. I'll see what I think. I'll see what I think when I actually see it like on the page. There's my if event.tickets URL. Alright, let me go to... I'm gonna make my newsletter again. This time I'm just gonna pass a force so it doesn't ask me. I'm gonna drink some of my yerba. Alright, let me hop in here, close this, look at my newsletter. Alright, so I'm gonna preview this, and it's not gonna be like perfect, but it's gonna give me kind of an idea. Yeah, I don't think I like that. Do you like that? I don't think I like that. I don't think that's cute. I think the flags are cute because they give you a little bit of information. I don't think this is cute. I don't think this is cute. Well, and I think with EXO Ruby Vancouver, blah, 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 I think it makes it hard to see that tickets is a separate link. So I think what I'll do is I'll make it just the title is the thing. Yeah. Because I don't think the whole thing needs to be a thing. So yeah. I'm just gonna make this modulo equals. And you're gonna close this. And then I don't really need this. I just do event.name.gsub. You probably need quotes though, because you've got enough going on there. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll do square brackets here. And then I'll do my parentheses here. And I'll just do delete inner parentheses. And I'll put this here. I like that. And then I remove these. Okay. Okay. Now I go and I run this again. I do feel like I have more flexibility and time to poke around with the styling of this. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it. Maybe like a detail about the schedule. Okay, so we need to say what happens if these are canceled. So I think what I'll do is I'll have like a whole separate thing in the newsletter generator, in the template. Okay, so here's next month's events. And we'll just do like a little modulo. And we'll say if, yeah, exactly. If it's canceled, but I don't want to do next. I want to actually show it, but I want to show something else. Okay, I don't want that. Yeah, I want like else. And then down here, I want like end. Perfect. Perfect. Because I want to announce cancellations. So we had a cancellation last month as well. Let me go take a look at how we did that. I think what we did is the whole thing was like italicized. Let me see. June's events, July events. Ooh. Maybe it was the one before this one. Maybe it was May. If you were planning on attending X, please be advised that it has been canceled. Yeah, and that's like the last one. So maybe we say like next month's canceled events and like run through it as a separate thing. Because I do feel like you should do like the events and then canceled events. Okay, so that's like next month's events that each. Oh, modulo dash. Next month's events. Can I do like filter? Maybe? Ooh, okay. So this is kind of working. Yeah, reject if it's been canceled. And instead of putting this, we'll do I still want event name gsub year. Okay. If you were planning on attending, modulo equals event name.gsub, and we don't need to link to it, I don't think. Maybe we should? I mean, we can, it's not gonna hurt anything. If you were planning on attending this, please be advised that it has been canceled. Alright, and then I'll just do like a delete through dot. Delete through dot. X. Delete through underscore. I should have done delete through underscore from the beginning. There we go. Okay, if you're planning on attending event name, route or event path, please be advised that it has been canceled. I like the kind of like the formal language a little bit. All right, let's run it again and see how that turns out. It's broken. Undefined method canceled for an instance of symbol. Dang. Next month's events, static metadata dot canceled. This isn't a symbol. This is, okay. I think I kind of see what's happening. We'll do like a little curly braces. And then, is it dot? I don't think you have to do like, it's something like it dot, I think, is the new Ruby syntax. Yeah. It's something like that. Let me try this again. Ah, yes, Milesoup says, yeah, you can do it for the first block parameter. I like this way better than I like the underscore one stuff that we used to have to do. Ah, and it worked, perfect. All right, so let's come over here. We're gonna pull this down. We're gonna look at the preview. Huh. That's not necessarily what I was expecting or wanted. Let me take a look at the generator for that. Let me take a look at the newsletter for that. Oh, here it is. Yes, but like where it is in the template. Okay. Yep, I see it. It's literally right here. Okay. I'm gonna remove that. So these minuses remove white space, but I'm not sure that's really necessary. But that's okay. I'll leave them up. Milesoup says, ah yeah, I've never done the underscore one stuff, but I've seen it. I have tried it before, especially for like advent of code stuff. But yeah, I don't think I've used it in like production. All right, let's look at our preview. Okay. All right. Open CFPs, Ruby World Conference. The CFP closes August 14th. RubyConf India, the CFP closes August 15th. So those are our open CFPs. None of these feel quite right. Check out our list of meetup CFPs. Many are open year-round and always looking for new talks. Yes! All right, July's events. We had a Ruby retreat, we had RubyConf, and we had Kansai Ruby Kaigi. Yay! Did you attend a Ruby event this month that isn't on the list? Let us know with an issue or PR. Okay, so here's my thing. I like this. I think it's kind of like a cool idea, but the way that this is like taking place next week, the flagship US Ruby conference still has tickets available. A regional Japanese Ruby event, Yui Naruse is one of the keynote speakers. A 2D event featuring 13 talks and a keynote by Sanmi Amos. Europe's longest running Ruby conference. The Rails Foundation's flagship event. The speaker lineup was announced in June. Oh, I feel like those are so good. A well-regarded regional US Ruby conference. A Rails-focused Japanese conference. The CFP closes in just a few days. That feels very like, You know what I mean? Like, it just feels good in a way that, like, here's July's events doesn't. But also, like, what do you say about an event that was over that maybe you didn't attend? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's look for tickets for the Ruby Taiwan track. Oh, editor was not found. Let me try. Okay, so here's uploaded videos. Here's contributors. First time contributors. Okay, so I think we were kind of like poking around with this one where it's like, thank you to all XX contributors. I want to start dealing with like that section. GitHub date range, a warm welcome. Okay, here's the template. I thought we had just tried this, which is like inside the generator. You know what I bet I did? I bet I stuck it in the newsletter. And we're gonna try fetch contributors. Fetch contributors. Okay, cool. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run this. And it should get stuck on that binding.irb, and it does. And now I wanna see what is contributors. Okay, contributors is a big block of text. And that big block of text has not correctly called the things that it's supposed to. Cool, cool. No, that's fun. I love that. That's great. I'm gonna try removing this section right here and see if the sort by and reverse still applies. For now, I'm gonna call quit. And then I'm gonna take a look at what that does to my actual newsletter. Ah, okay, so good part, it puts it in there. Bad part, it is escaping instead of passing slashes, which is not good, not what we want. That's okay though, because we're gonna go into the generator and we're gonna delete through tick mark. And then I'm gonna see what the contents of contributors is. And if contributors is like something parsable, if it's like JSON or something like that. Okay, that looks parsable. No, you didn't like that. Unexpected token at end of stream. Okay. Weird. Weird. Is this not JSON? This is not JSON. This has a slash in between each of them instead of okay, that's weird. This is a slash in instead of a comma between each of them. Can I replace the slash ins with commas? Mousefoob says strange, maybe it's invalid JSON. It looks like it. Can I do contributors dot gsub? Is it scan or gsub? I think scan goes through the whole thing and gsub only goes through one of them. I'm gonna do slash in and I'm gonna replace it with comma. Okay, JSON didn't like that. Wrong number of arguments given to expected one. Okay, let me try gsub then. I feel like there's a gsub. I'm gonna remove this part and I'm just gonna do. Okay, it replaced the first one right there. And then it replaced this one. And then it replaced okay, it did replace all of the slash ins. It added an extra one at the end. Great. Idenum says, hi Chill, late to class today. Hi Idenum. Okay, I think there should be a way to fix this here. So I've got JSON, author, search, merged, JQ. Group by author login. That feels right. Sort by count reverse. Okay, so my problem here is that this is not returning valid JSON. Mouse Swoop says, is Idenum in YouTube? Yes. Does it tell you where people are from? It does not. It only tells me. Haha. We have secret people. I also like how the timing meant that the purple was right there. Fubaraflix says, okay, I'm in YouTube too now. Fubaraflix says, double the chill. Yeah. By the way, if more of you want to double the chill, you are welcome to do so. You can inflate my numbers on Twitch and YouTube. Fubaraflix is definitely need to mute one though. That might help a bit. Okay, let me think about this. So my problem with this is that this slash appears to not reflect, like it appears to be escaping from our executable string instead of identifying that this is a name object. Thank you for following, Kato something. Welcome. Mousesoup says, an idea. What if you JSON.parse that stuff from GH, manipulate it, then JSON.generate what you like? So... Actually, what do I get if I like, do I get valid JSON if instead of doing JQ, I stop here? And then I could just go into Ruby and like, okay, take all of these lines and just get rid of them. All right, let me go into here. Quit. Get out of there. Run it again. Mousesoup says, yeah, I suspect so. I think so too. Let me try, what is... So this isn't actually contributors, this is actually PRs. So let me do like JSON.parse contributors. Okay. That worked. I now have a bunch of authors. Can I do like JSON.parse contributors? Let's make this PRs equals JSON.parse contributors, PRs.group, and it would be by. I think we want author. Does that work? Actually, can I just do author? No, you didn't like that. Wrong number of arguments given one, expected 0. Expected 0. Well, that's not gonna work. Unless it wants a block, and inside that block we do it author. Okay, now what do we get? Okay, I get ID is bot login this. And then I get an array. What if I mean, that works actually, if I think about it. PR is grouped by it author. That's always gonna be the same. And then I just get, yeah. I can do authors equals PRs grouped by authors. Identim says, hadn't we covered such a problem before? This is the entirety of computer programming, is just taking data from one format and converting it into another one, and libraries that don't do what you want them to do and don't behave nicely together. Mousehoop says, now you have to manipulate it to do what JQ was doing. Once a block, I think. Identim says, the solution usually clicks the moment you start explaining the problem to the other person whom you have called for help. Yes! Exactly. Which oftentimes makes the other person feel like, why am I here? Which happens sometimes. Okay, authors.each. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do, oh, hang on. Authors.first. Yes. Is this gonna be sorted? I don't think it's gonna be sorted. Maybe that's fine. Maybe I don't care if it's sorted or not. Maybe I just kind of like work through it bit by bit. Okay, authors.first, square bracket, login. What? Rude. No implicit conversion of string into integer. Rude. Authors.first. Why is it an array? I did authors.prs.groupby. Then I did authors.first, which should give me the first record. And it did not. Is authors already defined somewhere else? Nope. Where are you? Okay, let me try calling this again. What is authors.first? Why is authors.first a 2D array? Okay, let me try this. Authors.second. Come on. Why is it a hash? Oh, is it a hash? Oh, it is a hash. It is a hash. So I have to do each. Fubara Flix and Miles Fu both say, you probably want authors.keys.first. Group by gives an array of keys and an array of all matching values. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, authors dot. I don't really want keys dot first. I want to do each. But I don't want to do each right now. I want authors. I want authors and then this hash. Which is why you realized that this was not the best way to do things. It worked though. Okay, dot count 43. That's not right. Maybe that is right. I don't know for sure that that's not right. Maybe that is right. What is the second one? Who is the second author? Author.keys.second. Okay, that's Gary 2. If Gary's 43, we've got something wrong with our logic. Okay. Marco really did do 43 PRs this month. Mouse Swoop says, did the dash dash JQ do the right thing? If so, we could translate those options into Ruby. The dash dash JQ is technically sort of wrong. Because every time I did the /, it understood it as escaping the execute. And it really doesn't translate exactly to Ruby. So the first thing I did was a group by author login, and that's what we're poking around with now. And then I defined name, login, count, and then sort by in reverse. And then we went through and did name, login, count, PRs. Mouse Soup says 43 sounds about right for that young busy whippersnapper. Whippersnapper. Yeah. PRs. In 1 month. Okay, so this is PRs. And then I'm gonna do @PR count. Oh, I need to do JSON parse this. JSON.parse. I'm not gonna bother with like, no, not you. This one. No, not you. Where did it go? Okay. I always get confused because when I look at it and I count them, or when I'm looking at my keyboard and I'm trying to find the parentheses, my like square brackets look a lot like parentheses, so I keep putting curly brackets in. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay, let me see. What is this? These should be delimited by parentheses. Okay, I can now delimit this with parentheses because we're no longer trying to escape with the parentheses. Before we were, you know, using a lot of curly braces, or we were using a lot of parentheses, so I couldn't use them, but I can now. Oh yeah, and this is in parentheses. Okay, so PR count is PR size. @contributors. Group by, I think I want to do PR author. Yes. Yes. And then I think what I'm going to do, I'm looking at it, this is basically the same thing as this. We've slowly worked our way back to exactly the same thing that we had here, where it's like author, number, URL. Look, it's even grouped by author. Wow. Okay, well, let me go in here, and I'm gonna do something at PR count is PR size. Get rid of that one. Is this exactly the same? This is merged. Merged. JSON. Number. URL. Yep, this is exactly the same one. Okay. Well, and I think the number and the URL, we previously used that for like first contributors, which maybe I can still calculate here. But yeah, we're gonna go in here. And then we're gonna do @contributors equals, and then we'll just delete all this. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna delete this private, and then this right here, yeah. I should probably break some of this stuff down. Yeah, maybe we do some like initialization here. Just to like make it clear what we're doing. Initialize. Wow, I misspelled that. Initialize dates. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 DD. D. delete that. Okay, so those are all my dates. These are my CFPs. These are this month's events. These are next month's events. There's the file name and the file path. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll take this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we'll do this one before we generate the file. So what Thor does is it executes each of these public methods in order. So if I don't put these before my create newsletter file, I'm gonna get all of my month's contributors afterwards, which won't help me. Miles Foop says, one is author and one is author number URL. Yeah, I don't think author number URL is like really a Miles Foop says not sure if that matters. I think author number URL is better for me. Exagashi says, hey, chill in chat. Hello. Miles Foop says, howdy, Agashi. Okay. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna 4D indent. Perfect. I'm gonna take a look at this. This is fetch this month's contributors. This is PR count. This is contributors. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense. And then over here, instead of doing fetch contributors, I'll do modulo equals, not even equals, just at contributors dot each author PRs. Yeah, that feels right. And then I think it's probably best to just kind of come in here and do like a quick little at contributors dot count. Sorry, count. Yeah. It intrigues me, it keeps picking size. Let's see. Exagashi says, I'm doing good. How are you guys? Malfoop says, glad to hear. All good here. And then Agashi says, I was stuck with an error for the past 1 hour. Just saw that I forgot to SSO login to the VPC. Aw, that sucks. That sucks so hard. That to me sounds like an error message issue, but that sucks so hard. Thank you for following, Panzer. Welcome. All right, let me go over, not you. You. Aha. Okay. I am looking at this. I'm going to fetch this month's contributors. And then over here, we're going to do contributors.each. Do author's PR, author login, PR size, PR. That feels good. I'm going to quit here. I'm going to run this again, and it's going to fail, and it's going to tell me I forgot to do my JSON parse. It worked. Hang on, it worked. Let me go down here to... Thank you to all contributors. They're not in order. They're not in order. Also, I want to replace that one with a robot face. So let me go over to the template. I'm gonna go ahead and delete all this. I don't need that anymore. Get out of here. Yeah. So this is author login. That's not what I used to do. What I used to do was like name, and then I think I linked to their login. Agashi says, yeah, I didn't log a proper error message, so it said connection failed instead of unauthorized. Ever since I started working with APIs and scrapers for scraping documents, appreciate the 404, like not the 404s, the 401 unauthorized so much more. And like any distinctions between those as well. Where it's like, yeah. Okay, so I deleted a bunch of stuff, which means I don't remember what this used to look like. I'm pretty sure I used to do something like this, and like maybe a link, where it was like name, login. This is not helpful. Why did you delete that? All right, let me come over here. Okay, so I do name, And then the profile links to their RubyEvents profile. And that works because their GitHub is always the same thing. Perfect. Yeah. Well, and if they're contributing to RubyEvents, they probably have a RubyEvents profile. And I like the fact that we do link to this. I got to meet Chris Hagman. It was fun. Over at Blue Ridge Ruby. We talked about contributing guides. Yay! And Juanito Fatas. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Yeah, okay. So then, oh, these are all contributors. Welcome to first-time contributors. We still need to do this one. I will say I find working on generators a lot easier than writing newsletters in custom copy. Yeah, I find that a lot easier. Okay. Thank you to all modulo equals contributors. Count contributors. Excellent. Welcome first-time contributors. A warm welcome to XX developers making their first-time contributor. Okay. We merged modulo equals at contributors count. Perfect. And then PR count. Yes. This month we merged PR count PRs from contributors count contributors. PR count PRs were, nope, that's not right. That's content PRs. And we don't have that yet. New event data and video. Yep. Exagashi says, what is your website about? So this website is called RubyEvents. Its focus is tracking and indexing all Ruby events. So for example, if we go to the homepage, we have we're on a mission to index all Ruby events. We've indexed 788 events, over 10,000 talks from 4,454 speakers, which means each of our speakers are giving at least 2+ talks, which is pretty good. So these are upcoming ones. The CFP for San Francisco Ruby Conference closes tomorrow. Helvetic Ruby closes in 5 days. Exo Ruby Salt Lake City is actually canceled. I think if it's canceled, we should take it off of the header. So let me actually get out my snipping tool and add that as an issue. Let me grab this. Yep. Copy. Shrink that one down. Flag emojis don't show on Windows. Issues. Let's go down here. Paste it. Maybe we should take them out of featured as well. Sweat smile. Exidio, welcome back. Oh yeah, that RubyEvents is on a mission to index all RubyEvents. I need to update that because we just added Hans to the team. We've got conferences, meetups, videos, and the passports aren't required, so come on in. That's so cute. I'm so cheesy. I love it though. Yeah, the is that just a dog? Hang on. I'm glad that's a real person who has a dog as a profile picture and not like a dog Rubyist. Okay, so if we go all the way to the bottom here, these are the passports. Woohoo! You can get stamps from around the world and you can put them on your little passport, which is fun. Here are all of the stamps. So you can get stamps for events like Balkan Ruby, Blue Ridge Ruby, Dresden, Yuruko, Heart of Code. That's Yuruko again. Friendly, Paris RB meetup, so you can get them from meetups. Oh, I like that one. That one's cute. Real Shock. Let's see. Oh, I got this one. I got this like actual passport when I went to SF Ruby. I got this passport, or I got this stamp. Let's see. And then you can get like stamps for going to different places. Some of them are kind of fun. Okay, so these are all the Europe ones, South America, Australia. I don't know how to feel about this, but like the entirety of Oceania in our like gem that handles locations is listed as Australia. Mouse Hoops says, oh, I got the stamp at RubyConf, but totally forgot to touch my phone to it. Yeah, okay, so like, I think there's some confusion about like scanning them and like all of that. Let me actually check my profile. So I made sure to get mine like stamped at RubyConf. Okay, so here's RubyConf. Nope, I want me. I want stickers. I want stamps. Okay, got one for contributing. Got all the SF Ruby ones, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, US. Got my passport, spoke at a conference, spoke at a meetup, attended one conference. Hang on. I don't know my RubyConf one. Did RubyConf had a stamp? Exodidio says the passports are such a good idea and the RFID is a good way to bookmark people. Yeah. So you can favorite people. If you scan their passport with your phone, it'll bring up the account. Okay, so I only have one check-in, so the RubyConf ones aren't loaded in yet. Unfortunately, we get like a CSV from the Ruby Passport project that has like all of the scanned passports, and that's how we get these. And sometimes, yeah, the CSVs don't make it there. Mouse Whip says, what? I didn't know that about scanning someone else's passport. I have to try that. It's a lot of fun, especially like the scanning aspect of it. That's nice. This is a secret page that only admins get. All right, let me see my map. Yay. Where does Chael Codes live? We'll never figure it out. Oh, that's funny. Oh, am I listed as attending this? Okay, I mean, I do want to. It's on my list of like ones that I really want to go to. Let me see. Oh, okay, so Adarsh is apparently going too. I've been seeing Adarsh at like a ton of events. Okay, no, these are just the ones he's attending, it looks like. Okay. I'm gonna add this one to my events. Okay, where was I? I was going through this. The thing is, I'm not good at fun facts. I want to do fun facts. I'm just not a very fun fact person. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not a very fun fact person. Okay, I'm gonna focus on this part for now. Let me see. So this is Fetch this month's contributors. The script for handling like, let me see. So if we take a look at it, I think it's here. A warm welcome to these developers. This is way more complicated. And I think we found out that these slashes were not working. But I still think we should try it. Exodidio says, I've replaced fun facts with today I learned and it works out. Miles Whips says, a fun fact I've heard a few times. You live closer to a Tyrannosaurus than a Tyrannosaurus live to a Stegosaurus. So like when you see them fighting in movies, that makes no sense. That's a great fact that really puts into perspective how impermanent our existence on the planet is. Okay, so this is fetch this month's contributors, which I want to keep. And then I want def fetch, instead of the content ones, fetch new contributors. Okay, so this is the one I'm using right now. This is like get 1,000 of these that are merged before the current date. These are merged ones after the starting date. So this merged one, I could just do GitHub date range and it'll work just as well. But this list right here, at GitHub, yeah, at GitHub date range. And this is first day of month. Yes. So these are all of the people who have merged a PR prior to the first day of the month. This is all the people who merged a PR during the month. Now, theoretically, we could get this list here, but I think we need them to be in the same format. The other thing I need to do is I need to kind of make this a... I need to make this a script. And then down here at the bottom, it wants me to use modulo x around the command string. So we'll use modulo x, curly braces, close it. Okay, and then inside here, yeah, that is first day of month. Okay, so it's get all of the PRs that have been merged that are from our list of author logins. Limit by 100. Give me JSON author number created at, sort by created at, and then give me author name and the pull request. The idea here being that we get the earliest created PR and then we use that. Now, the thing that I'm unsure about, I'm gonna tap this in. I'm gonna take all of this and tap this in. I don't think it's actually important, but it will make me happier and more comfortable. And I think all of this goes in again. That looks correct. It's com13 while read login do GHPR list merged. I have no idea if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Okay. And I'm just gonna dump it and see what happens. I'm gonna come in here, modulo equals, fetch new contributors, close it. Soup says we'll have to bounce to run errands. Always a pleasure to see you hacking on RubyEvents. Me and Yago will try and contribute something soonish and hopefully we're able to. Bye all. Bye. We have lots of low-hanging fruit for contributions. I feel like if you poke around on the site long enough, you'll find something. Marco and I have technically found this one, which really is a good first issue, which is like, hey, if it's canceled, gray it out. And gray it out on lists too. Not list, I think it should be grayed out and all. Yeah. And this one is just showing that the event has been canceled. And then it's also unfeatured. So that's technically multiple PRs that you could get. Okay, let me go back over to here. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna run the newsletter and let's see what happens. Unexpected parentheses. But it generated something. So let me see what it did. All 21 contributors. Okay, it didn't output anything here. That's good to know. This is fetch new contributors. It does have an output. Newsletter generator. Unexpected parentheses. Does it say where? It just says SH2. I'm thinking this one. I'm thinking this one. I'm gonna grab this entire thing. Quote, star, yank. I'm gonna paste it and run it. It didn't output anything. You're supposed to output something. That's not good. Why didn't you output anything? It's supposed to output something. Did we not have any new contributors? No, we had a ton. We had a whole bunch at like RubyConf. I wish GitHub made this easy. I just want to highlight my new contributors. But this clearly did not work. Which means the problem is here. Okay. Not really here. And this is just getting like the first pull request. Yeah. That feels right. This feels wrong. Because it goes while read login. Where is it getting login from? I think login is missing. Okay, here's what I'm gonna try. I have a whole bunch of old newsletter pull requests, and I normally put the script in them because I'm smart that way. I can also look at the newsletter in GitHub and be like, what did the previous version of this look like? Oh shoot, we have 1,534 closed PRs. I have to increase my number of PRs that I'm checking against for new contributors. I wish GitHub just made it possible to filter on whether someone's a new contributor or a first contribution. Let me check that. GH first contributor contribution. The first contribution action automatically welcomes and labels new contributors in your repository. It detects a user's first issue or pull request and can post custom messages, add labels, and apply emoji reactions. Not really what I'm looking for. We could definitely do that. You know what I might do instead? I might skip new contributors this time. I normally like to welcome new contributors, but alright, let me think. Big updates, we'll save space for this one. Okay. Yeah, and then maybe I just like delete that. Oh. Wait. I think I actually do want this. I like including all of the content PRs and highlighting them because they're actually really important. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let me try running the newsletter again and seeing what I get and if I'm happy with it. Okay. Let's look at the July newsletter. I have a to-do, Ruby World Conference, The CFP closes August 14th. The CFP closes August 15th. I decided I don't think I like those. Let's look at them in the actual like app though. So if I go over here to localhost, to news, come on, to my July newsletter, this is kind of what it looks like. The CFP closes August 14th. RubyConf India, the CFP closes August 15th. You know, we can do a long dash. It's not a long dash, it's a short dash. That's how they know it's written by humans and not robots. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. I will say the line extending beyond the parentheses does make it look kind of like a period. Okay, CFP closes August 14th, CFP closes August 15th. None of these feel quite right. Check out our list of meetup CFPs. July's events. Let us know with an issue or PR. Okay. Tickets are available for ticket price. Yeah, I don't necessarily know that I like that. What do y'all think? If you're planning on attending this, please be advised that it has been canceled. How do these look? I might like them better on like the July events, maybe? Or maybe without the space? Let me try that. No, definitely not. How do I feel about it if I get rid of the space? And these just become like little... Maybe I like that? Maybe I like that. Maybe I like that. Maybe I like that. What do y'all think? I think I like that. I think I like it with the little thing. I'm gonna do that. Hang on. Yink. No, you. Bye. I'll just come over here to the generator, to the template. I feel like up here, X, P. I like it if it's got a space and not this. So this is like, hey, these are the previous month's events that happened. And then over here, maybe we do like a little microphone. Exodidio says looks good to me. Okay, good. I'm glad. Let me go over to Emojipedia. I'm gonna do a little microphone. Microphone. Copy. I feel like that's cute. And then we'll go up here to my CFPs. Paste it. Space. All right, that feels good. Copy this. And maybe I replace this with it. And then over here, we do like tickets. A paper ticket, admission ticket. Let me try and look through like some of the other designs. Admit one. Those are kind of cute. How does this one look though? Live concert. Okay, so if that's what it looks like over there, I think I'm definitely gonna go for the other one. All right, and then we'll just do tickets. Are available for ticket price. Perfect. And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to kind of say like, hey, which of these, well, no, wait. The next thing I want to do is I want to generate the July newsletter again, now that it has cute little emojis in it. Perfect. And then I'll just go to the actual page. Yeah, this one. Refresh it. Okay. The CFP closes August 14th. Hang on. I thought I did dashes in lowercase t's. You know what? I think I was testing it out. The fact that I like test it out in the thing and then update it here is just gonna drive me mad. I don't think I need the. I think just CFP should be good. And then I have to go regenerate it. None of these feel quite right. Check out our list of meetup CFPs. Here are July's events. Tickets are available for ticket price. Some of these are italics, and some of these are not. I need to figure out why some of these are italicized. Let's see, videos are available, tickets are available for ticket price. Oh, maybe it's this? Formatted to dance in event.location. If event.tickets URL. I'm noticing that some of these are like weirdly highlighted. So I turned on ERB for this. And the nice thing about that is it does give me some of this visual stuff. Tickets are available for ticket price end. Is it this? Do I have to like... I feel like this is the only place where I do canceled. What? Why halfway through ticket prices it decided things are italics? And it doesn't stop until we get to the next ticket price. Oh, there's an underscore in ticket price. Okay. Need to remember that. Okay, that was funny. I'm gonna delete this one. Okay, and I don't want to do a cutesy little emoji for like this event has been canceled because I feel like that's kind of like, that's a sad thing. We don't want to be cutesy with sad things. There we go. Okay, and let me refresh this. There we go. Much better, much better. Thank you for following KSesme 2014. Welcome. Exodudo says, Markdown catches midword underscore. Today I learned. That's my fun fact for Exo Ruby Seattle. Is instead of like saying the Exo Ruby events are small, cozy, like blah 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 events, instead I'll just be like, did you know about Markdown? Papa Smurf of Death! Thank you so much for the resubscription. 79 months is crazy. Also, just FYI to everyone, my streamiversary is next stream. So my streamiversary is August 3rd, so we'll be celebrating it on August 2nd, which is like kind of wild and exciting. I haven't decided how we're gonna celebrate my streamiversary yet. If y'all have ideas, please let me know. Hey, Papa Surf Death. Tux says hello, hello. Hope you're doing great. Hey, I see you got a new username with 2 X's instead of 1. I actually saw that you followed me on the last one. Okay, so here's the ticket. Here's the other thing I'm noticing. These should probably have tickets. So let's take a look at this. Staff, fringe events. Thank you for following, Esizitha. Welcome. Okay, UbuCon Asia, UbuCon. Oh, it's like UbuntuCon. Okay, Hacking Corner, Birds of a Feather, community booths, full list of accepted ones. Ruby Taiwan. Okay, so that's what this is about. Ruby Taiwan, active developer community. I think what I'm looking for is like, where are your tickets? Oh, not you. I don't expect you to have tickets yet. Here are all the sponsors, attendee services. Where are your tickets? Participate. Participate guide. Okay. First timer. Annual open source conference organized by open source communities. Don't fill every time slot with sessions. Thank you for following, Campybara. Welcome. I see it says, grr, my home internet is less stable than a horse and roller skates, which is not a phrase I've heard before. Tuxus, please, is there a hotwire way to do optimistic UI, or should I do it with stimulus? I feel like for now, at least, stimulus and hotwire are kind of like linked, maybe? I don't know. I'm not very good at the UI stuff. I'm really not. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Okay, browse the official schedule and bookmark a few sessions. Install or check the OPass app. Payments and this for overseas visitors. Ah, hey! Hype train! Yay! If anybody wants emojis, you know, just give me money. Thank you. Sorry, I'm being cheeky. None of this is how to pay for the tickets. I really feel like at the very top, Kate Kisme says, hey, are you planning to come to Taiwan? No. So right now I'm working on the RubyEvents newsletter. And what I'm trying to do is list the tickets for each of these. And I'm kind of playing around with the format a little bit. At present, I'm trying to look for when and where the tickets are for this event right here. And I'm not finding them. I'm seeing like sessions. That's a lot of sessions. That's a lot of sessions. I think we only want this one. Oh, wow. Okay, so we do actually have the sessions for this. Yeah, we have, let's see, 6 sessions. Okay. I think we only do the Taiwan track in the schedule. But that's probably a good thing to note. About... how do you buy a ticket? Do you need a letter? No. How do I buy a ticket? Am I crazy? Like, how do I... I'm new. Because the attendee one did not have how to buy a ticket. Hidakir Batasai, hello. Tux says, in RubyEvents, optimistic UI is not implemented. It feels so fast. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. It does feel fast. We are using Hotwire. A lot of what we're doing is caching. Ah, thank you, Kikisme. Thank you! That's perfect. Okay. Yes. Okay, let me grab this link. Let me close this one. Let me bring it over here. Yay! 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 We live the tradition of crashing the ticket server. Okay, alpha ticket, beta ticket, event tickets. They're free? Oh, they're free. Is that normal? Oh, they still have tickets. And 94 other people. Wait, how many of these tickets are there? Alpha, beta. Why do they say that they're free? Next step. Okay, let's see. But it's in Mandarin. Let me find the English one. I mean, I think that's okay if that's what it normally is. No for now. Okay. Oh, they're still free. Oh, there's only one. Oh, I can only buy one? Oh, I can only buy one. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna like double check and make sure. Finding seats for you. Fill out the form. That sure seems like they're free. I guess leave, yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's the thing. They're free. I'm not gonna complain about that. The hype train has ended. It does that. Okay, yeah, that's good enough for me. Let me check. I'm gonna save this real quick. And then I guess I'll just open, what was it called again? The Ruby Taiwan track. Cost Cup. Okay. Cost Cup 2026. 2026. Event. Pretty sure it's here. I never remember what the thing is. Let me think about the event generator really quick. I don't think the event generator mutates yet. No, it's a template. Okay, so this isn't one of the ones that mutates yet. We gotta put that on the list. If you have more information, the link is here for participating overseas. For participator. I think the link that you gave me the first time is a good one. Hang on. So let's see. Because it's not necessarily overseas. Because we're on like an international platform and everything. So it's kind of like, yeah. Yeah, this feels more like, this feels less like a little traffic cone. Video LAN! Oh, wait, I think I've used that before. Okay. Yeah, that feels right. Okay. Let me go back up to the top. Overseas visitors. Yeah, this one feels like the right one. because it gives you some information, and then here's the registration. You click next step. Yeah. Wait, 191 out of 5,000? I mean, I guess it's not until it's the 7th, or the 7th. That's really soon. 191 out of 5,000. Huh. Okay. I'm just gonna go event.yaml. I think it's like after the title, and we would do tickets URL and put it like that. And then this is using event schema.json, so if there were any errors, we would see it, but I'm still gonna run, I'm still gonna go up here, and I'm gonna run bin rails validate all. No, get out of here. And that's gonna run yerba check and everything else on it, and then we'll go DBC this one. I want to do something like see the schedule. Tickets are available for ticket price. Oh, there's an extra space there. Maybe I don't want that space. Let me see. Well, let me kind of like, okay. I'm gonna look at what like the newsletter looks like. This looks good. Should I take away that space? I think I should take away that space. I'm gonna come in here, and I'm just gonna kind of like, I think I swapped that out actually. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that space. Then I'm gonna get rid of that space. And then I'm gonna get rid of that space. Yes. Yeah. That feels right. I think what I did last time is I closed this, close this. This is no longer necessary. Event name gsub. Yeah, and then I did parentheses here, and then right here. Okay, delete inner parentheses. Went here, put that there, and then got rid of that. And open this. Open quote. Yes. And that's gonna give me a little bit of space between this and this. Let me check and see. Uh-oh! Yerba check didn't like that, so we're gonna run yerba apply. What probably happened is it probably just reordered that column. Let me check. Event.yaml. Yep, it moved the tickets URL below the website, which is like reasonable. We're particular about the ordering of our keys now because we can be. Okay. I'm gonna run validate all again. Just to check. Why do I have so many of these? What is this? Oh, this this is a mistake on my part. So these are my notes, the July newsletter, and this is the actual July newsletter. I'm gonna rename this one. Edit, rename. Writing the July newsletter. Fine. Okay. Videos.yaml is gonna take a while. I think think the question is like, should I list the schedule being available? I think I should see the schedule. I feel like this is what a schedule looks like. Let me ask it. What does a schedule look like? What? Schedule looks like sleeping in Japanese monthly amount. No, that's ridiculous. Okay, let me try agenda. We couldn't find any results for agenda. Like, why wouldn't you show me a calendar? Okay, let me think. Notes. Paper. Identim says calendar. Yeah, so I'm thinking about it. And like, oh good, that passed. Bin, Rails, DB, seed. I'm just gonna run DB seed because I'm doing something else right now, so I don't mind if it takes ages. So what I'm kind of thinking is like for this section where we're listing August's events, obviously we could use our calendar, but I think what I want to do is I have like tickets are available for ticket price, but I think it might also help to be like, you know, to come in here and say, you know, emoji, see the schedule. Or even like C17 scheduled talks. And Denim says spiral notepad? Maybe. 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 17 speakers scheduled? 17 talks scheduled, maybe. Maybe something like that. And then a microphone emoji. And then I think if the videos are already available, we should just put videos already available. That's the other thing, is like when videos are available for like an event, we say in July, videos are available. So like if you have an event at the start of the month, you get an advantage if your videos are released early. But yeah. Yeah, what happens if I do something like microphone? And that's only if we have talks scheduled. Maybe? That could feel good. And then tickets are available for ticket price. Talks scheduled. Yeah, that could work. I think the big thing is that some of these don't have their things scheduled yet. But yeah, I think that could work. Instead of this or this, let's try... Oh, and you know what? Let me scroll to the bottom and just kind of look at like uploaded videos, contributions. This month we merged 100 PRs from 21 contributors. That doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. What month is this? This is July. That also does not seem right. 0 PRs were new event data and videos. I know that one's not right. So if I alt click this, it's gonna open it over here. Let me close this. let me go to Brave announcements. Yeah, I think what I might do is I might kind of like turn this into like the contributor list. I don't know. Okay, let me I'm actually gonna work on the contributor list for a little bit, and then I'll swoop back to my like, here's how many talks everybody's doing. Yeah, okay, so let me go to the template. Right now I'm doing author login. I want to do like at quote curly braces author login. We're gonna put quotes around this whole thing. We're gonna put parentheses around that, and then yeah, author name. I don't think this is final, because I don't necessarily think that's how I want it to look. Let me look at news June. So in June, we did not put parentheses around the number of PRs. Okay. And we didn't sort by the number of PRs either. And so this looked kind of like this. And I think what I'll do is I'll just bring that in here. PRs.size. There we go. Nice and simple, one-liner. It's basically all string interpolation. Let me regenerate. Okay, so we're still seeding. Regenerate. When it's done, we'll go back over here, refresh. Maybe we did get 100. Why is Marco Ross suddenly 21 PRs? Oh, this is June. This is June. Okay, and here's July. Okay, here we go. 100 PRs from 21 contributors. Something about that doesn't feel right, so I'm gonna open this. 110! 110? 110. Wow. Okay. 110 total. Okay, so for the newsletter generator, instead of limiting it to 100, we'll do 150. That is a new record. Okay, let's regenerate. Wow, okay, that's a lot. Yeah, I don't think PR labels is a thing. Which is, I think, why it's giving me 0 content PRs. But I do think content PRs would be easier for me to get. Okay, let me look at this one. It has a tickets URL. That takes us to this, sold directly by the event organizer, buy tickets, and it takes you to pre-registration. Perfect. So now if I generate this, it's gonna have tickets. What was my other one that didn't have tickets? RubyConf Africa. Okay. Control click. RubyConf Africa. Okay, I have schedule. I don't have a venue. I feel like I should have a venue for RubyConf Africa. I feel like they did have a venue online. Yeah, they do. It's right here. That's so weird. Okay, now let's go to buy tickets. Do you see how easy that was? Like, can we talk about this cost cup situation where it's like, all I have to do is come over here and like just click it? Okay, can we pause a minute though? Okay, for 3,500, you have 2-day conference access, networking party access, all main stage talks, coffee, lunch, and dinner, a premium swag pack, and VIP networking opportunities. So basically, dinner, swag bag, and networking party for like 2,000. Now, I don't know how the conversions work out, so I'm not sure how that maps out. But that one definitely seems interesting to me. Alright, so let me go to RubyConf Africa. RubyConf Africa 2026. Okay, so here's our event. Yep. Oh. Tickets URL. No, give me a little quote. Paste it. Save it. Alright, now we're gonna do the usual. We're gonna come up here. We're gonna say, hey, validate all for me. Okay, that's gonna run. Looks good. I have 2 keynotes and they're both San Mi Amos. But I have more than that in speakers. Why do I have 2 keynotes from San Mi Amos? But then when I come to talks, I don't. When I come to talks, I have 1 keynote. Adenum says that's like around 30 USD. Okay, now I feel like that's a reasonable deal. Wait, 2,000. Hang on. 2,000 KSH is around 30 USD. That's a steal. That means you're getting like a 2-day conference for under 50 bucks. And Adam says yes. Okay. This needs to get updated. There's 2 ways I can do this. And I'm gonna do it the lazy way. I'm gonna do it the lazy way. Do I trust it? Hi, Marco. What? You're changing my contributor counts. Now you have 44. Alright, let me go over here. I thought that one already had one. Okay. I kind of want to add the venue through like the thing and see if it works. I'm gonna add the venue through the thing and it works. Add venue for, let me double check. I feel like I have added the venue for this before, but it's clearly not here. Oh, these clearly don't have venues either. Okay. Add venue for RubyConf Africa 2026. Description. Do I have any additional details about the venue in here? Join us at one of their premier event spaces. Central location. Oh, there's an OpenStreetMaps link. Okay, let me grab this. of the rare cases where I have this. Margaret says, hi. Hi. Fandom Glitch says, hope things are going well today. I've been AFK for most of it, unfortunately, having to write an appeal for my uni grad. Things have been smooth. They've been chill. I haven't gotten angry very many times at all, which is rare. I often get angry at technology, but everything's been going smoothly. Open street maps URL. Sweet. Okay, and this is just gonna say add venue for RubyConf Africa 2026. Great. Mark Ross says, don't jinx it. Yeah, don't jinx it right before I send it off to the bots. Okay, assign to agent. Good. 4.6. Use/event data. There you go. We'll see how it goes. Alright, okay, so there's RubyConf Africa tickets. Newsletter generator. PR count. Yeah, I don't think this one is working. I think I'm probably gonna need those to be like a separate entry. Okay, here's this. Refresh. It did tick from 43. Okay, but I like the fact that I got to see it tick from 43 to 45. Okay. I'm gonna take this one. And I'm gonna say, inside my template. Here it is. I don't think I need this preview anymore. I don't need this anymore. I am working on... Which one am I still working on? I don't need this anymore. I think I'm done with that one too. Maybe. I think that's the one I was doing. I'm gonna go ahead and close it though. Okay. So let's... I'm not 100% in love with this. Can I do this? I think I can. I think that's gonna remove the empty space after it. And it's gonna trim this down a bit. Oh, I know what I need to do. Maybe I need to do it here. In here. In here. In here? No, I don't think that's it. I think that's only gonna run it once. Okay. Let me go down here. Run it and force it. Hang on. I remember what I keep forgetting what I was doing. I am working on this one. Okay. So we're gonna come in here and we're gonna say, how do I want to run this? Darn it. I put in all that effort to put PR's size inside this. And then I'm immediately going to move it outside of it. Because I think what I'm going to do... Yeah. I'm going to put an equal here. And then at PR's dot size. Oh, no. PR's dot size. Yeah, and close that one. And then author login equals robot question mark colon for else, and then if it is that one, I want the robot emoji. Why do I always close Emojipedia? I should keep it open for the rest of time. Okay, robot, 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 robot. Okay. Robot. Sweet. Hey. Run it again. Margaret says, I wonder if you should get the actual user instead who requested it. I would prefer that. But in the meantime, robot. Also, lemonelation. I like it. Adenum says, 100 enthusiasm. I've been working really hard on leveling up my enthusiasm and I've unlocked the full skill tree. Alright, let me go over here and let me look at this and let me refresh this. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go through here. Ruby World Conference. CFP closes August 14th. RubyConf India. CFP closes August 15th. Okay. I don't know. Uncaught Errors says VS Code. Use NeoVim. Do you use NeoVim? Do you like it? Does it make you happy? I'm glad it makes you happy. Personally, I like the dev container support in VS Code. And then we've got August's events. Tickets are available for ticket price. 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 Okay, we got tickets for everybody. Good job, us. If you were planning on attending Exo Ruby Salt Lake City, please be advised that it has been canceled. Prepare more than a few months ahead by checking out our calendar or the full list of events. Yeah! I need to make sure both of those still link to things. Yes! Yes! Perfect. Okay, uploaded videos. This month we merged 110 PRs from 25 contributors. 0 PRs were new event data and videos. Okay, so I need to work on that number because that number is 69. I don't know, I could just do another query. Or, let me see. I can try, so the newsletter generator, right now I'm doing author number URL. You know, this one says labels. I don't know if labels exists or if it was hallucinated because that was AI, that was the robots. I'm just gonna try running it, and if it comes up with the right answer, I'm gonna cheer. I'm gonna be super excited. Okay, so promising, it ran. It worked! It worked. It worked. Oh, Phantom Glitch says, is NeoVim why your errors are uncaught? And uncaught errors went, ah! Yes. Okay. Okay, parts that are good and parts that are bad. Good parts. That seems to have worked. Bad parts, App Copilot Sui Agent did not do the thing. Probably because this ad is added by me. And its name is actually Copilot Sui Agent. Identim says, hooray! Mark Ross says, bad part, missing a space. Which ones? Maybe these spaces are intentionally missing. I think that I've been intentionally removing spaces. So you're gonna have to clarify whether it's an intentionally removed space or not. Because this one looks like it's supposed to be there. Between the name and the parentheses. Does it need a space there? For the names. I don't think it needs a space. Eleni. Some people don't have names. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so John... These people don't have RubyEvents profiles. I wonder if we should link to their GitHub? Maybe? Agashi says, I'm gonna throw my work laptop in a trash can, man. This thing is dying because the organization VPN software is taking 50% CPU usage. Yeah. One of the things that I like about little startups is normally they don't have a VPN yet. Denim says, yes, link them to GitHub. I could do that. Surly says, evening all. Good evening. I kind of want to mix up this format a little bit. So first of all, it used to say like PRs. Sterlito says somehow I lost my lurky stream streak. Probably for not watching last Sunday, the day after I traveled to go on holiday. That was a short stream too. I was probably offline before you had a chance to hop on. Looking to join this list in July. No, that's not right. That's supposed to be the next month, August. Oh, that's just the wrong thing entirely. Okay. Modulo equals at next month. Yes. Check out our contributions page or the contributing.md on GitHub. About the numbers, shouldn't we maintain PRs? Plain numbers seem ambiguous. I agree. Student says, yes, I saw the notification. 1 hour. Spoiler alert, it was longer than 1 hour. Sterling says, Agashi, that does not sound right. Definitely log a ticket with that nonsense and CC your manager highlighting that it is affecting productivity. Not a bad idea. As long as you're polite about it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. And then I wanted to regenerate it. I have to say, regenerating the newsletter like this makes me so happy. I'm so glad that we put in a generator last week, even though it made it take last month, even though it took so much longer to do. And I complained the whole time. Why did the robot jump to the top? Oh, okay. Let's see. I already did. IT checked it and told me, yes, this laptop is kind of bad. We will replace it, but we don't have one available yet. Next batch of shipments comes in 2 months. 2 months! Shu says, oh yeah. Always be polite to IT, but you let your manager know that it's causing you issues. Cover your back and let them be the bad guy pushing for resolution. Yeah. Adenim says, much better. I agree. I think the PRs helps. Macross says, because the robot PR was the last merged one right now. Did you merge the robot PR? Did it work? Hang on. Oh, this is a robot PR. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Pull requests. Oh my god, the Kaigi. Wait, is that? Which Kaigi is that? Oh, that's Kaigi on Rails. Okay, that's Kaigi on Rails. Did I do a Kaigi? No. No, I don't have the Kaigi on Rails one yet. No, okay. I do have some of the other ticket URLs. And Denim says robot wanted to be on top. Agashi says, yeah, he knows it's just that there's nothing to be done except me wallowing in my suffering. We did actually, so my colleague Mike did a talk at RubyConf called Authentication Hell. And the intro is what I go through every single day, which is like repeatedly going through like OAuth Okta logins like 7 times, because I have to do 1 for the VPN, 2 to open my like, because I have to do 1 that does like the AWS profile for Bedrock, and then I have to do another one to access like a second MCP special thing that we have to do. So that's 2 to open OpenCode. And then I have like one for GitHub, and then yeah, there's a bunch of reasons, but I go through like 7 different like OAuth flows every single morning when I start my day. And like we did get a message from IT where they were talking about the IT satisfaction survey, and they were like, we hear that a lot of you feel like there are too many prompts, but just so you know, we take security very seriously, and we're not going to reduce like they were basically saying we're not going to they very politely were saying we're not going to reduce the number of prompts and make our situation less secure. And I'm like, clearly there's a way to do this that doesn't involve 7 and still involves some. Yeah, this looks great. Okay, let me get in here. Uploaded videos. Okay, let me find label. Okay, videos. Videos. Oh my god. Okay, videos. The RBQ ones were coming through. Hang on a second. Is this a videos? I don't think this is a videos. I'm going to remove both of these tags. I think it's okay to occasionally go through and update a tag. Microsoft says instead you get more prompts equals more secure. No. Agashis, you can write a script to auth login everything. I've done the same thing. I have to use like 2-factor auth. That's part of it, is I have to like, I have to, this is my work phone. I have to, what's the word I'm looking for? I have to use my fingerprint on like 4 out of those 6 prompts, 7 prompts, whatever it is. Okay. Okay. The talks is still very manual. But you know what? They're at least here, which is helpful. Yeah. Okay. RBQConf 2026 has been steadily releasing keynotes. Yep. Yeah, I'll just go through and do each of them one by one, I guess. Adenum says that's painful. Agashi says I gotta assume for AWS roles and Azure auth login to 2 different applications. I have MFA to each of them, so it just opens all of them, and I put my finger on the sensor and it proves all of them one by one. So you're just like tap, 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 tap on the little button. I can believe that. Okay. How can I do this uploaded videos section? Can I get the files from the PR? Maybe? No, that seems like... Tasha! Tasha says, I guess I can be really lucky that in our case, it's fine as long as you're already logged into MS Entra and only periodically need the MFA, not every day. Macross says GHPR diff. What would that even look like? So like, let me do it like scripting style first. So GHPR diff. And like, let me grab, I guess one of these. Like 1850. That doesn't seem particularly usable. Name only. Ah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so I get all of the ones tagged videos. and then I do a PR diff on each of them. And then I get out this, and I do the little link to it in each. That could work. That could work. Agashi says we also have MS Intra, but it still asks for MFA for everything, and sometimes twice a day. Maybe that's how it's configured. Ours definitely asks twice a day. Okay. Also, I didn't know there was name only. I like that. Yeah, I guess I can try that. Name only. What I'm gonna do. If they're gonna shove AI in everything, I'm gonna use it. Okay. Give me a GHCLI script that gets all of the PRs, pull requests with a label of videos, and then calls GHPRDiff -- name only on them all. Use bash. Mark Ross says you want the ones released in the month or the ones added that month. I agree. Ooh. Hang on. You know what I already have? I already have the PRs. Right now I'm doing group by author. I could do group by number. I mean, I don't even need to do that. I can just do... do I want to call all of the... I have labels. PRs dot filter. And then I want, let's see, PR square brackets, labels, any, label equals content, label equals videos. Oh, that's a question. Yeah. I want the ones that are released this month. But actually, I already have that list, and right now I'm grouping it by author. But I can instead group it by videos, and then I can pull out the unique numbers, and then I can get a listing of all of the files. And then I can go through and I can be like, hey, give me all of the videos. And then I can scrape out the slug. And I can use the slug to generate links, and then I can use the links to generate cute little fun facts, which I'm definitely good at. I don't find that idea horrifying. Also, KPQ, hello! KPQ says, hello everyone. Okay. This is a terrible name. Video PRs. Okay, video PRs. PRs dot filter. I don't even like PRs as a name. That's a dumb name. Pull requests. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I want in my life. All I want from AI is to replace PRs with pull requests and have it just automatically go through and update everything else. Okay, labeled name equals video. And then I think this is all of them. And then I think I just want a map of the number. This month's. Let's make this contributions. that gives me number. And then for each of them, I call GH this. Uncaught error says Claude Code or Codex. So I get Claude Code from work, but actually I like OpenCode better. I feel like OpenCode in Sonnet performs like Claude in Sonnet did, like at the beginning of the year, and OpenCode gives me more flexibility. One of the things I've been trying to do is set up local models. The challenge is that the small local models don't perform well, and the large local models don't run on my MacBook. I have whatever the small MacBook is, the 13-inch one. So yeah, that's been going weird, but OpenCode actually comes with a couple of free models, even if you haven't signed up for Zen, which is kind of like weird to me, but actually they're doing extraordinarily well for very limited coding tasks. Let's see. And I don't think autocomplete uses my credits. Autocomplete better not use my credits. Agashi says, I've been using OpenCode with GLM 5.2 that is self-hosted on-prem by my company. Ooh, I sometimes switch to Hermes. I haven't tried Hermes yet. I like Hermes better than OpenCode, to be honest. KBQ says OpenCode is good. I'll try to use it, but I'm still coding line by line. So here's what I think. I think that Claude Code was originally good, but I think they added too much to their prompt. Or maybe too many skills, because there's too many now. Big Book of Bug! Hello! What were you up to on your stream? Hello, friends! Big Book of Bug says bug. Let me do a quick little shout out. I remember how to do a shout out. It's a command. You type shout out at Big Book of Bug. Make sure to drop Big Book of Bug a follow. Alright, let me tell you a little bit about what we're working on. I am working on a project called RubyEvents. Let me go to an actual useful page. None of these useful pages. Okay, RubyEvents is on a mission to index all of the Ruby events that have ever existed in the past, in the present, and in the future. So, we have indexed 773 events so far, and over 10,000 talks from we're really close to 5,000 speakers. I'm actually impressed at the number of talks and the number of speakers, because this means that each of our speakers are doing like 2+ talks, which is kind of cool. Oh, hang on, it's loading a second. Yeah, so these are all of the different things that are going on. We do talks, we do conference proposals, we do upcoming events. And then if we go all the way down to the bottom, here we go. You can even browse by the format, you can browse by the language. We have talks in all of these different languages. We've got sponsors, we've got Ruby passports because we partner with that project. And we've got guides for all of these. Honestly, if it's event related, it's kind of like wild. Today, what we're doing is we're working on the newsletter. So every month, I do a newsletter talking about upcoming events, open CFPs, things that happened this month, next month, and contributions. I'm tweaking the generator and the format a little bit to more closely match this section from Ruby Weekly that I really liked. It's fun. Let's see. Big Book of Bugs says, stream was well. We were supposed to program but got distracted writing a Minecraft parody song. Do you have a clip of that? I want that. I want that. I would like to hear your Minecraft parody song. Let's see. Control O says bug. Hi. KBQ says, all those new IA tools are confusing. I tried Claude Code. I don't understand the skill. Is paying for tokens a skill? Yeah. I have things that I like about it and things that I don't like about it. And I think that a lot of the hype around it, I don't necessarily like. But I am interested in the possibilities of the technology. Uncaught Error says, you can get unlimited tokens from NVIDIA Endpoint for free and use it in OpenCode. It works really great. Which one's the NVIDIA Open? Like endpoint. So I tried using Big Pickle. Big Pickle was not great. I'm definitely going to bring Big Pickle up in the Rails World talk though. just because it's a fun name. I think I'm using one of the other ones. Control O says, there's just an org file. We don't have a singer yet. KPQ says, thanks in advance, NVIDIA. I appreciate it. I wonder why NVIDIA wants to support AI. Stream Element. Oh, that was silly. Thank you for following. Embriatsoy, welcome. I like your name. Okay, so yeah, this is what Ruby Weekly put up. These were cute little flags and stuff, but in Windows, they don't do flags. They just show the letters. And so I kind of backed away from like putting those in. What I did do though is I swapped it out for other emojis. I think it'll look a little cuter. Yeah, the next thing that I want to work on is like videos and stuff once I'm done with contributions. I feel like this is long and it doesn't have a lot of information in it. So I want to find a way to kind of like one-line it, I think. Margaret says Windows. I know, with us being Rubyists, we can probably assume they're on a Mac or Linux, but then I come along with Windows and I ruin our cute little flags. KPQ says, the CEO of NVIDIA posted on social media for the first time and asked USA not to ban free weights LLMs. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure I know what free weights LLMs are. Mark Ross says, maybe avatars? Avatars? Oh, for the little faces, for the people. Got it. I was just thinking about making it one long thing. I had to get rid of first-time contributors because we're at like 1,500 PRs and the way we were doing it is subtracting it. Oh, Chinese LLMs. Oh, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. All right, let's take a look at this. Models. I'm gonna copy this. Try NVIDIA models. So I open all of my links in like Opera over on this window, and then I copy them over to this window. Just gives me that little extra balance. Oh, free endpoint. Oh, interesting. Built on Gemma 4. Gemma 4 can't handle tool calls. That's why I had to get rid of Gemma 4. I'm kind of tempted to try Gemma 3.5 and see if it was just like that particular model issue, but yeah, there's actually a lot in here. Relighting, re-illuminate people in video to match target lighting from a 360 HDRI environment map. It's very specific. Very specific. Okay. Let me go back over to, let's see. KPQ says the CEO of NVIDIA is the guy who cooks graphic cards in the oven. Did he? I'm trying to remember. Taushus is very specific and deprecated. Wait, was it deprecated? Oh, it did say deprecate. Deprecation in 2 days. Okay, I feel like if you're deprecated, you should not be in the default listing. Like there should be a filter for that and you should be filtered out. All right, let's see. Like you should not be on the first page. Okay. I have my PR numbers. Now I need to GHDiff them all. Do I want to GHDiff them all or do I want like a different, hang on. Come back here. Okay. GHPR diff. Can I pass multiple PRs to this? No, I can pass one. I can do cache list. None of these are particularly helpful to me. Diff, edit, list, lock, merge, ready, open, review. No. Yeah, none of those are particularly helpful to me. All right, let me come back over here. It's probably fine. I'm gonna do, you know what? Def. Fetch. Video PRs. this relies on the previous one, but that's okay because these execute in order. So that's video PRs. And honestly, I'm not going to use that elsewhere. So I need video PRs.each PR number. Okay, this is close. I want to do GHPR diff name only. I do want the PR number. I don't really need any of this stuff. And to be honest, I don't think I need JSON parse. I think this will give me files. Video files. Let me guess. You want to use backticks now that it's a one-liner. Fine. There's your backticks. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do binding. You know what? Instead of each, I'm going to do map. No, I'm not going to do map. I'm going to do each. That's going to give me video files. I don't want that or that or even that. I want video files equals this. And I don't think that's gonna work because I think it's gonna take both of them and like shove it in. Let's see. Uncut Air says, which VS Code theme is this? That is one of like the most asked questions I get because it's a very, very pretty theme. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna do a binding.irb right here. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Go generate my newsletter. You didn't like that. Okay, whatever. That makes sense. Yeah, it looks like I still need this one. I'm just gonna put these in there. And delete this one. I'm just gonna have a giant monster method. I'm trying to break them up a little bit so that they're a little bit easier to like read through. Okay. I mean, maybe I just make this at pull requests. Update all those. And then I do make this fetch videos. And then this is like what? 5? 6. Yeah. I just want to make it a little bit clearer what's going on. So like this one is going to be like, hey, this is the month's contributions. And this one is fetch videos. I'm gonna just leave a little note that says relies on the PRs from fetch this month's contributions. There. Okay. Let me go over here, video files. Let me look at what video PRs looks like. Okay, that's a list of PRs. That's good. Now if I do GHPR diff name dash only, I mean to put ticks around this. And then I do like curly braces, and I do, you know what, I don't even need to do curly braces. I'm just gonna do 1973. Tick. What do I get? Okay. Okay. It's slash in. It's slash in. It's slash in. I hate that. Okay. Let's try dash dash JSON. No. Okay. Let's try split dash in. Thank you for following Life of a Waste. Dot split slash in. That looks good. 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 Hang on. I'm gonna let me, no, I want to be here. I want to do, is it like dot merge? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Dot concat. And then I kind of need to like filter them. Video. Video. Well, I don't want to do like, they are video files, but like PR files. Perfect. And then just inside this one we'll happen to like filter them. Yes. Perfect. And then it doesn't really matter what it returns. I'm gonna do ends with. Because I assume if there's a start with, there's an ends with. And then I'll do videos.yaml. Yes. Yes. Maybe? There we go. Okay. Quit. Get out of here. Exit. I don't want you anymore. Be gone. Exit. Control C. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's run it again. Then I'll map over the video files again. Okay. What is in video files? Oh, this is great. This is good. Does that look right? Maybe. Oh, maybe. I wonder if I can like track by PR. So I can say like PR added this video. Because I think one thing I'm a little worried about is I see like hang on, I thought I saw Blue Ridge Ruby in here. And that one is probably Lightning Talks, because the Blue Ridge Ruby Talks came out a while ago. So like, yeah. I might want to think about how to structure that. So maybe this is like a hash. Because I think what I want to do is I want to kind of do like ends with videos.yaml. And then this becomes, these become video PRs. And that becomes, wait. That's not right. That's not right. Hang on, I can't do video PRs. Video PRs updated? Update event? That's a terrible name, but maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is PRs that have updated videos. Good. I want to iterate through each of them. And for that PR number, I want to update the event with the PR files that end with videos.yaml. And to be frank, we can just delete that and put it at the end here. And then this becomes video files. Video files. Video files. And then honestly, I can just kind of like come in and like, you know what, I'll let standard RB handle all of the formatting. I'm just gonna like leave it. But then I think what I want to do is I want to go through video files, and I don't want to map it, and I don't want to YAML load it. I want to get, for that video file, what is your event? And so I think I want to scan. So this is actually like data slash, and then it's like some parentheses in here, question mark, colon, event series, not slashes. Fair enough. And then it's videos slash YAML. And then inside here, we do event name. Yes. Well, I don't think you even need to do that. I think it just knows after you scan. I don't remember how to do regex matching. Let me just, I'm gonna pop in here. Finding that IRB. Yeah. Is this inside the thing? It is. I don't really want to do this here. I'm just gonna open like a bin real C. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna grab Solidus conf. Perfect. Okay, there's Solidus conf. I'm gonna do like a scan. I don't think this is the right thing. Where it's like data // Let me get the actual thing that I did. Margaret says, to be honest, these might just be some data updates or backfill some data. That's why I want to keep the PR, is so I can check and see like, what is this one? One of the things that I did is I removed one of them that was like backfilling dates or something. And so I think this is an easier way, but I still think there's some like manual updating that's required and like actually checking the PRs. I want to make that job as easy as possible. Okay. This one. Quote, star, yank. Okay. Let me remove this. Control V. Run it. Okay. 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 That's maybe not what I want. It's not bad. Let me try match. Match. Ah, that's what I want. I want match. Yes, I want match. Perfect. Tick. No. Match. I'm also just gonna like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna come in like here-ish. And I'm just gonna do like up the top. Video file regex. Yep. Yeah. Yep. There. Mark Ross says, would it help if we added a static video file at timestamp method? How would that work with the newsletter and like querying development? That might actually, now that I think about it. If we could get when the commit happened, the most recent commit, then we could query all of the video files that have had a commit since the last time. I think I'd still need the PRs though. Also, I'm not sure. Uncut Era says she makes millions in Twitch IG. Yeah, no. No, did y'all see, there was like a video, I'm trying to remember his name. I think it was like Ludwig or something did, where he was like, here's how much people make. And it was like, it was rough. Okay, this still isn't what I want. No, this isn't what I want. Maybe this is what I want. Yeah, that's not quite what I want. I want match. That's fine. Video files. Video files. Video PRs update. That's not quite right. This is updated events. Yes. And then I want this one to be, if this is a match, what does it actually look like? Me asking a dumb question. McGrath says, yeah, get the PRs and then just compare it against the first of the month. Oh, like compare the version of the previous one to the new one? Maybe? I feel like we'd have to get pretty deep into the structure because we'd have to know like how many of these updated the YouTube flag or updated a lightning talk or updated a meetup with a YouTube. And then we'd have to account for, like, I think, is it SF Ruby that breaks them up into individual video? No, SF Ruby's a one video one. Is LROG one of the ones that breaks it up into separate videos? But yeah, I think it would be, you'd be looking for a video provider update or timestamps for Lightning Talks. Because I think I tried to track that. Maybe. That feels more complicated than today, though. I feel like today I'm just looking for, if I go to a particular page, like, who's somebody that might have some? RBQ Conf. RBQ Conf has been releasing them like 2 at a time. Past. RBQ Conf. RBQ Conf. RBQ Conf. Yeah, okay. Talks. So it'd be events, RBQ Conf, talks. I think they've deleted, I think they've released a few more of these. Maybe. Okay. RBQ Conf, talks. So we'd be slash events slash match event name slash talks. Or nil. Okay. Select only if the file ends with videos.yaml. Go through each of the video files and turn them into updated events. And then look at them here. Standard, are you unhappy? Oh. Oh, Standard's actually okay with this. I really thought Standard would have more issues with this. Okay. Quit. Eee. Eee. Over here? Over here. Newsletter force. I think you've got a debugger in you. You do. And we don't see these yet because they're still here. Okay. Let me try that again. I still don't have the events. Maybe that's okay. Uploaded videos. Let me go to my newsletter generator. Video PRs update event at. Yeah. At. I should maybe make these methods and not like ats. That's for another day. Yes. Ooh. PR blank, added videos. PR blank, added videos. 2. I'm gonna leave this as is. I think it's good for now. Yeah. Ooh, you didn't like that. Undefined method each for nil. Try it again. Okay. And I probably want the name. Okay. PR blank added videos to this one. And if I made that a link, question is if we look at videos file, static, path, do I have information like the event? No, not really. And if I go to this one, I can't really specify which video file I want. So like here I could easily be like, hey, this is the path I want. Static videos file dot new. And I could do things like probably video like count. Yeah. Yeah, but I can't get information like which event it is. I can get that from like static event, I think. Let me close the validators. Event. I could do static event find by slug. Because I now have the slug. And then I could get the name. This is starting to feel like a lot of individual querying though. I think if I just come in here and link to and this is event path. Let's make sure we don't lose track of that. Path. Event path. Well, and realistically, most of the time, we actually want to like .join. And we'll just put like a space, maybe 2 sentence. I hear a lot of banging upstairs. Maybe something like that. Well, and part of me wonders. If I do like a minus on this one, am I gonna get lots of white space? Or is it gonna... Let's see. We'll run it and we'll see. And we'll see if we can even click the links. Yeah, we'll see if we can even click the links. And I think the nice thing about this is if we have a PR that's going through a lot of these... Oh, you didn't like that at all. Undefined method link to. What do you mean I don't have link to? Oh, I don't have action view helpers. So dumb. Hang on. Okay. Let me get rid of that. Square bracket. Square bracket. Yeah, I guess it is technically. Yes. That's the version I want. Alright, let me try that again. Because now what I should see is like a long list of like, here's a path, and here is a like event. I think if I want the path without using the slug, This one might have to wait until next month for me to actually resolve. Yeah, because this one makes me want to look at 19.1 and see add missing YouTube videos as to-dos. Wait. Yeah, these are as to-dos, right? Yeah. Yep. Some of these are videos. But this is an alternate recording. This is an alternate recording. This is an alternate recording. My heart. My heart. Ah, this is the Blue Ridge Ruby one. This is the Blue Ridge Ruby one. Okay, hang on. This is a new event. Okay. I just have to scroll through this and like find out if, okay, that's an alternate recording. Alternate recording. That's a Madison Ruby that has a new video. Okay, so the Madison Ruby 2012 one is real. The Madison Ruby 2012 one is real. That one adds actual videos that did not exist before. And the Madison Ruby 2013 adds videos that weren't there before. This one's just an alternate recording, so we don't have to worry about that one. This one is real though. Okay. So yeah, that is gonna be a thing. When the time comes to do that. Yeah. Okay. We merged 111 PRs from 25 contributors. 69 PRs were new event data and videos. Thank you to all 25 contributors. Okay, I want to tweak this a little bit. Does this feel like... And you know what? Let me go to Emojipedia. Emojipedia.org. And we'll search for video. I don't like video cassette. I want like a video. Like a YouTube video. This one's terrible because it's like this awful blue color. Maybe a television? Television's kind of cute. Television's kind of cute. Just bring this down. Ah! Don't edit everything! Boop, the TV. PR number blank added videos to updated events.each. This month we merged this many. Okay. So we had 111 PRs. Some of them had to be significant. There's so many. Yeah, so like I said, some of these are like cute little fun facts. I would like to include cute little fun facts. I don't think I'm very good at them. One thing I am good at though is including links to upcoming talks and videos. So let's do that one too. And then we'll go through and we'll kind of update some of these other ones. Yeah, so this one, I'm just deleting that permanently. I don't want it. I don't want to see it ever again. I want it out of my life. Yeah. that's good enough for now, I think, for this month. And like maybe next month we'll do some more tweaks. Hang on. Open this could be great for a future refactor. Okay, let's go take a look. Added stuff. You got it. Let me pull this up. Added static videos file at, since, and newly watchable videos in 1997. Adds get back time travel to static videos files, so we can now ask how videos.yaml file looked at any point in time and what changed since. At returns the file as of the last commit before the timestamp, or nil if it didn't exist yet, parsed into a regular videos file instance. Changes since diffs the snapshot against the current file, added, removed, modified. Added videos since talk IDs, added since the timestamp, a file with no history before it counts entirely as new. Newly watchable videos, talks whose video provider flipped from a placeholder to a watchable provider. Both aggregate methods also exist. I don't understand. Exodidiosis one tired child. Okay, so first of all, it's clear that like so first of all, it's clear that you're I want to make this joke, but like I'm afraid that the European American thing won't have it like cross, but like it's clear that your love language is writing PRs that are like useful and helpful and make my life easier. But also, that's a typo. That means you didn't make this with AI. We talked about this, what is it, 20 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago exactly. In 20 minutes exactly, you built all this stuff out that in 20 minutes, I cannot do all this. Okay, diff attribute change, diff any, added current keys, previous. I don't know how you do this. I love this one though. Like my CI can't run in 20 minutes. Exodidio says, hey, I'm Margaretha. Great to meet you, RubyConf. It was, yes. Definitely. But yes, I'm delighted. Yeah, I think this would pretty much solve all of my video file woes. Margo says, hey, likewise. I don't know how you build these things. Okay, so this month we purged this many PRs from this many contributors. Thank you to all blank contributors. Each login, if it's Copilot, it replaces it with Copilot. Schedules, that's right. I wanted to do whether or not the videos are available. And not the videos really, the schedule. And last time I tried to do this, I got stuck on which emoji I should use to represent the fact that the schedule is available. I think I came up with cute terminology too, and I've forgotten what it is. Check out, oh, there are X-Talks available. X-Talks scheduled, CX scheduled talks. Check blank scheduled talks. Maybe that feels right. Check out the blank scheduled talks. Yeah. if there are any. Event.talks.count. In this scenario, what is event? I'm just gonna run it and see what happens. X talks for you to enjoy. I like that for this better. Like if I did PR added blank videos for you to enjoy. But I feel like the talks haven't happened yet. We don't know if you're going to enjoy them. Actually, okay. So as part of the program committee, what we're supposed to do is write thank you notes for all of the speakers, right? But the thing is, you're supposed to give them the thank you note at the end of the talk. Like, you take them off stage. Wow, that was great. You did awesome. Here is a thank you from the Ruby Central Program Committee. And you hand them like a handwritten note that you've like written that says thank you, right? Numerous speakers love this. The thing, when you write the note, they haven't given the talk yet. And the thing is, like, you don't know how they're gonna do. But also, like, you don't want to be like, oh, I loved your talk. And then they'll sit there and be like, you didn't watch my talk before you wrote this. Maybe this is just me. Like, maybe this is just a problem that, like, I have. But, like, if I were a speaker and I got that card, I would be like, this is nice. Thank you. I love this card. You didn't actually see my talk, so you're not talking about my talk. Like, I don't know. This feels like a very like antagonistic way of saying it, which is not how I'm thinking about it. Like in my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, you know, it's kind of like in my mind, I am discounting the compliment because they didn't see my talk before writing it versus like being mad at them for writing me a thank you note. Micro says dependency management is hard. Yeah. Yeah, that's not, yes. That's how I'm gonna think of it. Exodus is kind of an awkward spot to be in. Most of the time I just said I was really enjoying, like I pictured like, you know, just something from like the program committee where I was like, oh, I really liked your proposal. I'm really excited to see your talk, you know, something like that. Thank you so much for bringing your talk to like RubyConf 2026. You know, for Kyle de Oliveira's, I mentioned like, oh, you know, like, you know, I'm so glad that you're like bringing this talk here from like Friendly RB. For one of them in his like talk proposal, it's Joey. He said like, I lied to the program committee and told them you would learn about this, this, and this. And so in his little talk card, I put, as a member of the program committee, we forgive you for lying to us. And greatly enjoyed your talk proposal. But like, yeah, so I kind of had to make them like about the proposal. But that's why I don't want to be like, there are, you know, 7 talks at XO Ruby for you to enjoy. I don't know if you're going to enjoy them. They haven't happened yet. I don't want to promise anything for someone else's talks. But like for the videos, I feel like you can do that. But then again, I haven't watched all of the videos. I don't know if you'll enjoy these videos. Let me go back over to this one and see if it puts them out. Okay. Yeah, so this does to sentence, but it doesn't put commas in it. Which you might enjoy. You may enjoy these talks. We don't know for sure. RubyEvents. Hang on, let me go find this really quick. Let me see. We can borrow the no. I want this one. Where did it go? Yeah, tickets. Let's see. RubyEvents is not responsible for any enjoyment that you may or may not experience from these talks. Exodus says X talks you could choose to hate, but you probably won't. Oh, and see, that's mean to the speakers. Anyway, I'm just gonna go in here and say check out the scheduled talks. Yeah, that feels like it should work. Maybe, I don't know, possibly. I think I already wrote it, so. The fact that I don't have anything here, not a good sign. Maybe I need to run it again. Did I save it? Yeah, I saved it. I don't even know if this is valid. I just let the robot write it. If it works, I'll be very happy. Now we're talking. Okay. So let's start with making a link to the talks URL. I've got this router.eventPath event. Can I do router.talkspath? Maybe. I don't know if this is real. It's probably like event talks path. I don't know for sure though. Marco says, I wonder if all these numbers and exact details seem too much information to process for an email like this. What do you mean? X talks, which may contain jokes, which the state of California. Wait. Which the state of California determines to cause chortles. Oh, like to read through and process? Yeah. I think this one is actually going to be a little bit shorter than some of the other ones have been. And I'm hoping the emojis make it a little easier, but also we don't send emails. We send it via RSS. And the RSS only sends the excerpt. Talks. That worked! Perfect. Okay, now the question is, do we have any talks for Seattle yet? We do! We have talks for Seattle. Yay. We have a venue. I think I have a venue already on that one though. Okay. Mark Roth says, like for you as a consumer, I feel like if it's too symmetrical, you might be more likely to glance over it. I know. And like, I know that like, that's what I like about this, is it's like, hey, the flagship US Ruby conference still has tickets available. A regional Japanese Ruby event in Uinurse is one of the keynote speakers. So I talked about this part. I don't think I could ever do this part. So like when I do my like blog posts and stuff, I'll often have like 6 people that are like my friends that like did talks and stuff like that I would want to include in my blog post, or that like I was at least friendly with and that would be disappointed to see that I skipped their talk. And then if there's like 30 talks and I covered 6 of them, and then maybe 3 that I was like, oh, this was really cool and I'm glad I watched it. Like, now I've got like 9 talks out of 30 and it starts to feel like pressure to cover all of the talks that I watched, and like, then I end up with like a lot of talks and nobody wants to read that. And so like, I couldn't imagine being like, I'm gonna pick just one person to like pull out and describe. Europe's longest running Ruby conference. The speaker lineup was announced in June. Dubstep equals hello. A well well-regarded regional US conference, a Rails focus, Japanese conference. The CFP closes in just a few days. Like, I was saying this earlier, I'm not good at fun facts. I want to be good at fun facts. But I did put a bunch of emojis in there. Yeah, well, and this is also like me doing the generated stuff, and then I'll go through again, and like I'll actually like humanize it when the time comes. And I think a lot of what I'm doing is saying like, okay, which of these do we need to actually add info to before we generate the newsletter for real? And it looks like XO Ruby Seattle is one of them. Okay, this was add venue for RubyConf Africa. So let me see. How did it do? Approve workflows to run. Coordinates geocoded via OpenStreetMap/nominatim. Okay. That looks accurate. I like to look through the session. Micro says, I feel like I would leave out the ticket price, for example. I really like including the ticket price because some of them it's like Cost Cup is free. But that's the one where I do the most customization because I'll be like, oh, they have like tickets for students. They have like this, they have like that. They're entirely sold out. There are no longer tickets available. Where's my screenshot? I don't have screenshots because I didn't merge the GH image one yet. That's on me. Coordinates geocoded via this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and that actually worked because it's doing the data smoke test and the linting, and it skipped the test and the build Docker image. Exciting. And there's the detect changes. Okay, so I'm gonna let that run, and while it's at it, I'm gonna open an issue. New issue. If it's something small, like a tickets URL or a CFP, I'm inclined to just do it locally. But for the larger ones, I feel like I'd rather copy paste everything. Let's see, add venue for this, one session complete. Oh, let me actually not you. Add talks for XO Ruby. Mark Ross says, I was also thinking if we should be dropping the smoke test now that we are quite confident with our data pipeline and validations. I wouldn't. Because that's the only thing that stops CI from completing in less than 2 minutes. I feel like the seeds are like the area where things could go wrong the most with like our existing data. And I think CI is only annoying for us. For all of our contributors, like after they've done their first contribution, we don't have to approve them anymore. So they should all be like fine. But maybe, I don't know. XO Ruby Seattle 2026. Slug. Where did it go? Add talks for XO Ruby Seattle. Description. Add talks for XO Ruby Seattle 2026. Parentheses. Slug : paste. Do not give me any trouble. Hey, are you listening to me, robot? I'm very serious. Okay, sponsors are Confreaks. Do we have the sponsor? Yes. We need venue, schedule, and talks. Okay. Yeah, it's just all speaker. Control click. Add tab to new group. Exo Ruby. Make it red. Boop. Boop. Come on, robots. Don't run out of tokens. Mark Ross says, you think it knows how to use the agent browser skill now that it's pre-approved? I haven't done enough testing to trust that. Let's see. I'm gonna go through and copy all of these though. Control C. Okay. No visible. Speaker. Description. I'm gonna make these separate lines so it keeps track of that. Double star. Reminder. I'll put the double star in the agent instructions. A human would need that reminder. Marco says, for what it's worth, we haven't been adding speaker bios as talk descriptions. Oh, we don't do that anymore? Okay. I will cut those out then. Ooh. Okay. Speakers. Note. The talk titles and descriptions have not been provided by Exo Ruby yet. If adding, using the generators only supply speakers Exodus is 5 minutes. Yeah, it runs. Macaroth way too long. Honestly, that did kind of happen. I figured out what so I sent off like a quick PR, like a quick Copilot PR, right? Where I was like, here's the thing, put it in, right? Actually, if I don't have any event descriptions or anything, I am actually just gonna generate this locally. Hang on. Bin Rails, talk, speakers, oh no wait, event. Speakers. Yeah, and we'll just do KJ Loving. Invalid option, event. What do you mean event is an invalid option? Help. Let's see. Show off your Ruby LLM MCP tools. 1, they're not merged. 2, I don't have open code set up here. Let's see. Exodus says, I'm very jaded by work. I think it takes 5 minutes just to spin up my SQL with our seed data. Yeah, that'd do it. Okay, unrecognized talk. Oh! Oh my god, I forgot the G. Okay, BinRails G talk. Mirko says, no, yeah, 5 minute CI is great, especially for Rikigos. I don't know if I finished that story. I set up like an issue, sent it off to Copilot. Copilot gave me a PR. I reviewed the PR, was like, yeah, that looks like what I want. That looks like the thing that I'm looking for. And then I was like, good bot. And then I approved CI to run. And then I like put it in my pocket, my phone in my pocket, and I walked away. And I forgot to merge it because CI was running. Thausha says, if you complain about 5 minutes in CI, don't look at GitLab. Yeah. Exitidio says, I'm hoping to get into a different role where I may pick up work like this. I think actually at my current company, we're like under 10 minutes, but it's because there's been a lot of work with like fixtures and stuff. Ah, that looks like it worked. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick look and see. Description to do, title to do, English speaker scheduled, perfect. That's exactly what I like to see. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah. So like I said, if I had to do like descriptions and everything else, I would probably make the robots do it. But like if the only thing I have to do is speakers, I'll just do this. Especially because there's only like 5 of them. And it doesn't take that long. Okay. That one in. And this is the other thing that I really like about the generators is like, this is not that much work. And it does all of the stuff like the video provider and the this is the date of the thing. Things that I would have had to like reference. It just does for me. Thausha says, at my workplace we are somewhere between 5 to 20 minutes depending on what files you change and which labels are applied to the MR. Yeah, that's fair. So recently we removed the Docker image rebuild one from like data, and by us I mean Marco. That one honestly was like a huge one where it's like the data files are never gonna break the Docker image. Extradios says we're also in payments, so I feel like we need thorough tests. Yeah, I would say with tests, I think the thing is fixtures, flaky tests, and parallelizing. Okay, I think that's the last one, right? Yeah, that's the last one. Sweet. Okay, and then the other thing I need is the venue. I don't remember what the venue options are. I think there's a bunch of them. I'm gonna expand this. Okay. And then, what's the venue? Editor Hall. Dash dash. Swap this out for venue. Okay. Is it like name? Event folder name, venue name. Yeah, name. That's better. Okay, so it goes name, address. Name, boop. Address. Grab that one. Do I care about the nearbys and the other stuff? Do I care about instructions or description? Maybe. instructions. Boop. Go. Coding with Caleb. Coding with Caleb says hi. Hi. Andrea Mark says less than 24 hours until I fly to Boston for Laracon. That sounds exciting and fun. Tasha says, at my workplace, we are somewhere between... Oh, no, I already read that one. Activity says, I think ours is 20 to 25 minutes, but that's parallelized to 64 processes, MySQL running off of a RAM disk, etc. Yeah. Okay, so there's the venue. Alt-click. That all looks fine. That's probably gonna get fixed. That makes me happy. I'm okay with that. I don't love this section, but... expand. Let's do bin, Rails, validate, all. I think I do like 2 important things when I'm generating the newsletter. One of which is like going through and validating that we have all of the data that we need, and the other of which is actually writing the newsletter. And so like yeah. Oh no! Yerba doesn't like our videos and venue. Oh, Carl Oscar Weber. Hang on. Speakers.yaml, Control F, Control V. Cal's in there somewhere. Cow. Cow, 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 cow. Yeah. That one. Huh. Weird. Makara says, I think it's just Carl Weber. Yep. Let me like double check that. No, not that. I wanted you to do... Can I actually click that? Are you gonna let me? Oh, you're gonna let me click it. You're gonna open it in Opera for safety. Yeah, this is the right one. Hang on. Let me do the... No. Okay, I checked and it's the right one. I can't click links, but I promise it is. Tasha says, but have a productive rest of the stream. I'll go to bed. Good night. Thank you for dropping by. Let's see. Anair Mark says, I ported my project management system from Laravel Livewire to Laravel Inertia, which is React, and I like it so much better. The UI is so much more reactive. And it's just damn attractive. Just so pretty. All right, let me get in here. And this one. Alias. Boop. Delete inner quote. Videos.yaml. Make my life easier. Did I do that right? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'll fix it. Yep, I did not do that right. That's fine though, because I could do this, and I can do this. Ah. And then look at the venue. I'm good with that. All right. Now, yerba check. Yerba check. No, yerba apply. Yerba apply. Apply the yerba. Perfect. I want to see both of these. I want to see what change it made. I don't know which change it made. Maybe it adjusted the spacing. What if it reordered them? know? Oh, it didn't change the description. I really thought it was going to. What if I do yerba check now? All files match the rules. I need to commit and then run it and see what it does so that I know what the generator, like what rules the generator is breaking. It's probably white space. The generators really struggle with white space. There we go. I love this, by the way. This is so pretty. I like it a lot. Alright, let's see. Fetch videos template. Check out the scheduled talks. Blank tickets are available for ticket price. I want an emoji for talks. Honor Mark says, do I order delivery or eat down the food I have before I leave town? I'm really not feeling the scraps that remain. Lol. It depends on how old the food in your fridge is. If the food in your fridge is like good, eat that. Eat your food down. Don't waste food. There are people starving who want your food. If your food in your fridge might potentially give you gastrointestinal issues while you're on the plane, go out. Coding with Caleb says, order food, bin the scraps while waiting for food to arrive. Don't listen to this man. This man wastes champagne just for fun. He'll take like $50 bottles of champagne and he'll chop the top off with like a saber so that their glass gets in it and nobody can drink the champagne. It's like one of his hobbies. Xstudio says bean burritos for the win. Honor Mark says freezer food, pizza rolls. That's not gonna go bad. You can go out. My girl says, what are the options this time? Honor Mark says, okay, but that's kind of epic. It's on video. It's in my clips. Okay, let me. This feels maybe. Okay. I'm gonna go to. What am I going to? Coding with Caleb says it sounds bad when you put it like that. That's why I put it like that. But I very deliberately put it that way. Let me see. Okay. I think that's good. I'm gonna actually cancel this. Close and discard. I was gonna give that job to the robots, but it was too easy. Okay. Did this work? Yeah, all of that passed. Ready for review. Yeah. Yeah. I hear so much giggling upstairs. Yeah. Approve. I normally like to pull them down and run them, but I'm starting to get into the like idea that like if it passes the validators and it passes the seeds, we just let it go. I'm trying to get used to that idea. Okay. I guess I don't need the issues. Exo Ruby localhost. Oh, hang on. I need to check and see if that passed. All validations pass. So then we'll go up to this top one and we'll run ABC. And then it should be done in a few minutes. In the meantime, I got really far away from generating the newsletter. Undermark says, if you can't trust CI, why have CI? Undermark says, if I go out, I'm taking my life in my own hands and getting Chipotle because it's across the street from Target and I need travel-sized everything. Well, if you need to go out anyway, you should just go out. Like, if the option is Chipotle or pizza rolls, frozen pizza rolls that are still gonna be there when you get back, like, yeah, you might as well go out. It's not like there's any food waste. Okay. Yay. Refresh this. Okay, let's talk through this. I'm looking for a way to inline 25 contributors. Maybe we just comma them? How does that look? If, like, instead of having the new contributors for this one, just say like end dot join, or is it like 2 sentences? And then remove this. I think it's to join. Let's see. Marcos is similar to this, maybe? I don't think I can do that. I know what you're talking about. I haven't even like looked at it and I know what you're talking about. No, it's the footer. It's the footer one. It's the contributors. Oh, we have to go to the real one. RubyEvents.org. But yeah, if you go to the footer of RubyEvents.org, there's this contributors page, and this looks really nice and really pretty. I'm not sure if we can do this, especially because this is like, I don't know, it's markdown. I can't believe we're up to 171. Oof. Coding with Gibbs says, I feel like the food waste argument is quite weak. Me not eating food isn't making food more scarce elsewhere. I mean, kind of, because like, I mean, I know it isn't like in a localized perspective, but like, yeah, because grocery stores do throw out most of their food. And restaurants. I still don't like wasting food though. Honor Mark says, help me understand something about Ruby. Is Ruby a long-running process, or is it a create the universe, destroy the universe per request by PHP? I think it's a create the universe, destroy the universe per request. Let's see. Would React be an example of a long-running process where it just like exists and runs on your thing? I guess a PWA is a long-running process, and that one exists. The superior protein, I agree, but beef causes me physical pain. Sadness. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. And if I could, I'm not sure it would help with my goal of like making things lighter and smaller. Let me refresh this. Yay, we have talks. And we have a venue. Yay. It just makes me really happy to see the venue actually on there. Exitedeo says the Ruby process runs for a long time, but the state is reset every request. Yeah. Is PHP still single process per request? I assumed it had moved past that since the era of mod PHP 3. When I start a C# server, it's still the same binary handling multiple requests within the same PID. It scopes requests to different threads. Oh! Yes? Yes, PHP is still single-threaded. I think that's true of Rails too. I think Rails has multiple requests. I don't know. I don't worry too much about the server side of things. I haven't gotten too far into that yet. A Monkey Man says, hello everyone! Afternoon, man. Afternoon, A Monkey Man. Okay. That looks good. I'm happy with that. I can close this. I can go back to this. I can refresh this. I think I need like something that looks like a schedule here. I think I need something that looks like a little schedule. So you have like, here's the event. Here's the scheduled talks. Maybe the microphone? I think we were talking about that last time. And I think I was like, microphone could work. Because then a microphone represents speaking, kind of. Yick. Yick. And then inside here, we just kind of say like, if event dot talks dot count dot greater than 0, and then down here we'll put our end, because retreats and stuff like that won't have these. Okay, and then the space goes before. Yes. Yes. Mark Ross says you might want to add extra new lines between the events. Let me try, I'm gonna try generating this and then we'll see. But I think you're probably right. Exedudio says, I think for Ruby, the process type depends on the server. Puma is threads, Passenger is processes, Falcon uses fibers, aka green threads. Each of those servers adapts to rack, so servers are pretty interchangeable. That sounds accurate. That sounds like how I know of it to work. To join for an instance of hash. Instance of hash. Yes, for an instance of hash. Yes. No, that makes sense. I mean, I could just do like a little comma space. But then the last one's gonna have a comma. I mean, I could also do this inside the thing, where instead of being at contributors, each do author PR. I instead am like, hey, if the author login is this, it's PRs.size. Maybe. I'm thinking about it. Honor Mark says, thank you. Exedudio says, would bullets help with the comma dilemma? Bullets are what I'm trying to get away from. So I feel like right now, this is a really long section. 46 PRs. This is a really long section. And so I'm trying to think about a way to inline it so it's not so long. Up here, I'm kind of using like, let me just put like a thing in here, but yeah. Check out the 0 scheduled talks. But yeah, I'm trying to work through ways to make this look a little bit better inline. I don't think I'm gonna like the first pass. On Air Mark says, here's a screenshot of this if you're interested. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. Copy, paste. Out of luck on Air Mark. Twitter doesn't want me to see your link. Gotta go back to blogs. Yeah, I think we do want new lines between them. Especially as it's getting longer. Leonard Mark says, Sage. Exedudio says, is this also what the new contributor search was for? That seems pretty cool. Like, here's the new folks. Click here for all of our contributors. I don't have the full list of contributors. This is really just about me saying like, hey, here's all of the contributors who've contributed, and like, let me say thank you to everybody individually. Oh, hang on. Did I refresh this? It just took away the dashes. It still has like all of the lines. So let me try removing this one, maybe. I think my best bet is honestly going to be to build this string inside of a method instead of here in the template, and then join it there instead of trying to join it here, because right now I'm getting like a hash at the end and it's not loving that. Could also try using map and then join. Maybe. I'll see how this one does though. And then I'll add an extra new line here. And I'll force push it. Okay. So I think the next one is cost cup. Yeah. There's only 6. So if we go to events, if we go to news, So here's this one. As you can see, we don't have the talks, but there are 6 scheduled. Delete group. Add tab to new group. We're gonna do that. Cost cup, which we found earlier. And then I think for the sessions, we were kind of like, oh, we're not going to add all of them. We're only going to add the Ruby Taiwan track. All right, you want me to try this one? Let's take a look. Yeah, it's not bad. You had to anonymize a bunch of stuff. You can see that. Encore digital group, planner, 3 sprints, plus 10 added after start. Oh, so it keeps track of how many you've added. Yeah, that makes sense. Gather CMS. Yeah, it's pretty clean. I like it. It feels a little bit like Bootstrap or Bomba, which is not, that's a good thing, to be clear. Microsoft's people still do sprints. I used to do them. My current company does not. Since I will refactor to use static video file. You still use sprints, Exegete? Let's see. Okay. So you have to add these. Your scraper just broke again. Hard-won lessons from 100+ Ruby spiders in production. Speaker, Lilith. Abstract, Lilith. Alright, let's see. Do we have any sort of link? Nitra HQ. That's an ad. In Mandarin. Exciting. Alright. Honor Mark says thanks. It's material UI with some customizations. Exeter says no, we do more. We need this yesterday style fire drills, but we call them sprints, so. On Air Mark says at work our sprints are 3 to 6 weeks depending on the product. For my personal projects, they're just the calendar month. Took says started to learn Stimulus.js. It's intuitive, but it's not Ruby. Yeah, that is a struggle. Can I just click this? I can! Ahahaha! Oh, I still have to click into each of them. Okay. But I can do 1010 to 1014. I mean, it's not that hard to go in and just say, okay. I'm gonna go to the top level one. Bin, Rails, G, dash, dash, event. And then it's like what? Cost Cup 2026. Yep, Cost Cup 2026. You get back in there. Cost Cup 2026. Title. Boop. Ah, we're gonna want quotes around that. Stop chewing my leg. Mark Ross, is there an ICS you can use? I am curious about how that would help me. There's so much excited screaming upstairs. Lilith. In language, Mandarin. Yeah. I don't think I got the starts time stuff finished yet and merged. Let's see how this goes. Could not find generator event. Cannot be trusted. Mark Ross says it might be Chinese. I mean, I hear you. Let's see. In this case, I haven't even pulled up the event. Okay. No value provided for required options, start date, end date. I put event. I cannot be trusted. Micro says no control A. Control A to select all? Why would I select all? What does control A do when you're here? You can go to the beginning? I didn't know you could go to the beginning. I'm very happy with this discovery. Where are my videos? Okay, you didn't like that. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't like Mandarin. I feel like it not liking Mandarin is like maybe something we should fix. Because there are multiple Chinese languages. Exudidio says time to try out Vim mode and Bash. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I don't know that that's a thing either. Alright. hang on, and like, I'll need to check that the day is 8/8. Let's see. Take this one down. Yep, it's 8/8. Good. Actividio says set-OVI. It's so frustrating for a while though. Why is it frustrating? This is actually not so bad. I thought it was gonna be like more annoying than it is. But there aren't that many details that I actually need to provide to it, so it's kind of fine. Why are you annoying? I don't want this. Like, just to be clear, Pearl, I am not happy about this, and I do not want you climbing on me. I feel like you're always up in my face. Oh, it's based on ISO 639-I. Not sure if Mandarin should be Chinese or not. Exeter says, Mom, there are people having fun. I am jacked. Honestly, that's probably it. It's either that or the fact that, like, I am talking, which is not allowed if I'm not petting her, apparently. Okay, so this time the speaker is Cindy. Okay, marking multiple CVEs. I bet we're not gonna find these people. Yep, Mandarin again. Are there shared design pitfalls underneath? It also feels a little weird to be like, here's a conference of Taiwanese people, and we're going to say they're speaking Chinese, when they very explicitly say they're speaking Mandarin. Can I go up? No. Can I do Control A? Yes, I can. Ha 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 ha. This is because I put the quote in the wrong spot. Otherwise, it would have been fine. And then this one is Cindy. Is there one to get to the end of the line? Control A apparently takes me to the beginning of the line. Also Control E. No. See, this is why I don't like you doing this. You just headbutted me right when I was supposed to click Control E, and you did it again. No, I'm not. Control E is just opening my panel. On Air Mark says this UI task is taking longer than I thought. Famous last words. Gonna run to the store. Be right back. Enjoy your Chipotle. I don't want you here. Just to be clear. I do not want you in my lap. You do not have my permission to be here. Ah, I screwed something up. What did I screw up? Oh, the fix isn't enough. Okay, quit that. Can I do single quotes? Control A. I don't know if single quotes is gonna work. I also don't know if there's a single quotes in here. Okay, unexpected error, your token, parentheses, tick. Here's a thing. Mark Ross says maybe VS Code hijacks it. Probably. There's a way to, like, I'm trying to remember what it is, but in Bash you're like, take all of the contents of this and like put it in here. You know what, I'm not even gonna bother with any of that. I'm not even gonna bother with descriptions. I'm gonna put the descriptions in after. Exedio says, I see a little owl in that string. Yeah, me too. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm gonna go all the way back to here. And I'm just gonna say, add description after. Why are you in my lap? I don't like this. I do not like you headbutting my keyboard. I don't appreciate that. I don't think that's a very nice way to behave. Title. Speakers. Why are you this way? Oh, I keep forgetting the quotes. Okay. English. Cozy Pearl, Smug Pearl. She's definitely smug right now. Okay, these are all 8-8. Are these 8-8? These are 8-8. Yeah. There are a lot of building native mobile apps using Rails. Title, speaker, and this one is in English. Circuit breakers for Ruby in the AI era. English. Don't headbutt things. That's not nice. I don't appreciate it. This one is in, let's see, this one I actually am going to add the description. I'm going to come over here and say, original dash title, paste that here, go over here, translate this. I'm going to go ahead and add the description now. Practical observations of GVL impact on Rails latency. Do I trust that? Where's like the translate thing? This translation tool, Google Translate. You no, don't be this way. Control C. Deep one for the win. Nope, don't get it. Observations of Rails latency caused by the GVL. Well, at least it got that. Let's see. Control V. Exodus says Windows plus V for multi-paste. So glad this is baked in almost everywhere now. I pretty much never use that, but I also swap between so many different, like, please stop headbutting things. I do not like that. You keep headbutting my keyboard, and I don't appreciate it. Okay, so this is the description. Nope, I did that wrong. But that's fine, I'll just change this to title. No, I said no. Description. My back is slowly like crouching forward. Alright. And then Ken. Just Ken. Alright, so original title, description, speakers, and all on the same day. Good. Good. Exedidio says, oh, do you have multiple operating systems to work on? Yes. So I use my MacBook for work. I use my own personal MacBook for a lot of stuff, like talk prep, RubyEvents, etc. I only use this computer pretty much for streaming, and this is the Windows one. It's kind of helpful for testing, though. And I have another Windows laptop around here somewhere. Okay. Exedidio says, I ordered a framework and I'm worried it'll get annoyed with switching between Linux on that and the Mac, especially with all the keyboard firmware shortcuts and such. Yeah, if you're like me and you don't remember that any of those exist, it helps out a lot. Alright, let's see. What? No. Okay, hang on. X, don't save changes. Okay. Now, open this again. Whew, okay. This one. That one was not English. That one was Chinese. You are making me like reach around you, which I don't really want to do. Okay. Mark Ross says the frameworks are so squeaky and wobbly. I don't understand why so many people are hyped about it. I think it's the swappability of it. Okay. Here we go. Control C. This one is Cindy. Just come in here. Oh, Control V. Yes. Excellent. Okay, and then Ruby has multiple implementations. C Ruby, but J Ruby and Truffle Ruby are real production grade. How do they agree on what Ruby actually is? Okay, please stop this. You're being very annoying right now. I don't enjoy this at all. I know everybody else thinks you are the cutest thing in the world, but you're driving me a little bit nuts right now. Okay. Starter template for a mobile app project using Rails. Exedidio says, I'm 95% supporting their business model, but also want to go with the new Pro enclosure. Okay, we're definitely not including the outline. A lot of these... Some of these don't look like actual description stuff. Like, some of this looks like CFP stuff. But, and the funny part is, I probably would have run into the same issue, but the generator actually does support this case where we've got like the multiple paragraphs and everything. Margaret says, I can see that, but coming from a MacBook. It's such a massive downgrade in build quality. At least it's not really something I really would want to travel with. Studio says, then I may regret it. I wanted something smaller than hollering around a 2 times a 16-inch MacBook Pro, since I also have my work laptop for being on call. So I really like how lightweight my little MacBook is. It makes me so happy. Okay, I think that's all of them. I'm gonna double check. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna double check that these titles make sense. Maintaining one's web scraper. Yes. Rails released versions. Yes. JRuby. Good. Building native mobile apps. React Native. Circuit breakers for Ruby. One service starts timing out. How we made stoplight fast. Check. And that's a check. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now we're gonna come in here. Maximize this section. Bin. Rails. Validate all. Margaret says we should figure out last names for GitHub handles for the speakers. Also, I think there's a second day. There's a second day. There's a second day. I don't think so. Because this is the track. There's a second day. Okay, you were right. There's a second day. Okay. Organizer of Ruby Taiwan. Okay. Up! Yeah. 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 I got to see these errors multiple times. It was like, hey, just so you know, these are missing. And then speakers.yaml was like, these are missing. And then Yerba Check was like, these are missing. I'm on Yerba apply. There we go. I really love cold rice. Is Yerba Apply deleting my comments? My to-do comments that help us know which parts are done and not done? My life cycle to-do. What is the point in creating a to-do system if it gets deleted by Yerba? Macross says it shouldn't. Alright, I'm gonna go through here. This is a lot. Okay. Open this. Before I go through and I do the rest of these... Oh, there's Bernier. Title. Original title. And then we'll just add a little language. My girl says, were there to-do comments? I don't think there were. I think there were at the top. I don't know for sure though. I think there were. I know I definitely like... Hang on. Well, and maybe this was one where it already had a videos file, and because of that, it just added to them or appended to them. But I also don't know what else it would have changed in the file. Okay. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I don't care that much. I don't care that much. I care a little bit, but not that much. Let me try. Can I send this and will it fail? Please fail. Please fail. Yes! Perfect. Now I can go in here and I can just be like, yo, here's my title. Delete original title. Pearl, please stop pushing against my hand. My girl says if it's deleting comments, it's a bug. I haven't been able to track it down, but I have seen cases where the comment above the little, whatever the 3 dashes are, directive, get moved below the directive. But only when I'm like creating the file with the generator. I just haven't been able to pin it down enough to write an issue yet. So I haven't. Please stop, Pearl. You are moving my hand while I attempt to use the mouse. And it's like you're timing it for the worst possible scenario, or the worst possible time. There we go. In what language? Yes. Yes. All right, what's our next one? The deterministic Rubyist. Taming your AI pair programmer with NICs. No, 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 no. Don't do it, cat. Description. High-speed interns of the Ruby world. Okay. I'm just gonna come in here and I'm gonna say will at later. And I don't think I have done the part where nope, don't do that. English. I don't think I've done the part where I create a speaker with like the GitHub and everything. I want to be able, I haven't actually, that's the problem I haven't figured out. I haven't figured out how to be like, here's a speaker, here's the speaker GitHub, if there's more than one speaker. If it was just one speaker, I could be like, oh yeah, here's one. But otherwise it doesn't work. Well, then I can just do this now. Okay. There we go. Okay. From accept language to UGC. Mark Ross says, can you let the generator prompt you so you can run Rails talk and then it pops up in a prompt for the description that you can just paste? Yes, I want to do that. I want to do that very soon. It's on my list of things that I want to do. I want to do that one before September because I think it's going to look cool. But I would be using the say command. And it's just I haven't had a chance to do it yet. The other thing I'm planning on doing, and I think I started doing it with talk, is like every single method is just a method. No more of the struct stuff, no more of the class stuff. It's just a method. And instead of using literally any variables at all, they all just call each other. like that. Speakers. When we get to the part where I have to go find everybody, that's gonna be the hard part. But yeah, I'm trying to work on the say. I'm trying to work on using generators to add YouTube videos. A couple other things. They sound very excited up there. Some of these subjects look really familiar, and then some of them do not at all. Like some of the ones about like JRuby and like the mobile stuff. And okay, no, that's no good. Nope. Hang on. This one's worth just like going back to the blank one. Where did the blank one go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The blank one's missing! I lost my blank one. Boo. I thought the description was using like not the quote characters, and so like I tried pasting it in and then they immediately turned into the quote characters, and I was like, that's not gonna work. No, come back. There we go. There we go. Boop. Run that, let it fail, and then we'll come back and do this one again. Starting with the title. No. No. Give it little copy. Took says, hello Markaroth, hope you're doing great. Searching for a way to do optimistic UI and Rails. It's only done with Stimulus, or can you do it with Hotwire? And Markaroth says, yeah, currently you pretty much have to wire up everything yourself. Okay, Control V, description, we'll add later, speakers. Please don't do this, cat. Leave me alone! Castle. I'm gonna go back in here. Boop, 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 boop. Copy. Mark down. Introduce. Yep. Into. Indent. And delete the extra space. Took says, oh, okay, thank you. I'm learning Stimulus currently. Yep. X.com. Almost there. Okay. Add later. Well, here we got a name that's gonna cause us some trouble. Yep. So Rails pushing more for close to users for low latency, no need for optimistic. Yeah. Margaret says, it heavily depends what you are building on how much you care about the user experience. The necessary user experience. There are arguments for and against optimistic. Okay, is that all of them? That's all of them. And there's no extra days, there's no extra days. Okay. Whew. Oh, and I need to add this one. Okay. Indent, 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 indent. Save it all. Okay, here we go. Validate all. Phantom Glitch says, hey, hi, I'm back again. One very long appeal form. Wrote in just under 2 days. Hope you're having fun. Yep. We moved on. Thank you for following, Atums. Welcome. We've moved on from the part where we're like creating the newsletter, which used to be the longest part of this, to the part where we're noticing data is missing and fixing it. So that's fun. It hasn't ended yet. Okay. So we're gonna do Yerba apply. When it has updated it in some way. Now we're gonna go find some people. Starting with this one because this is the longest name. Oh, but before I do that, I probably need to do bin rails, speakers file, sync. This is gonna create all my records for this. Atum says, hi Chill. Hi Atums. Alright, so we added 8 missing speakers. Now it's time to go find these people. Now, this name is gonna be the most troublesome one. I can pretty much say that right now because we don't actually, I don't think we support non-Latin characters. And there's our name. Alright, so github.com. Let's start with that one actually. Atum says, how are you? I'm good. We've moved from like the, wow. We've moved from writing the newsletter, which is much faster now thanks to the generator, to populating data. And so, yeah, it's going well. It's fun. Users. 0 results. Okay. Next thing to try. Kubako. Search. Kubako. Uh-huh. I'm actually looking for repositories. Haha! It's so easy. Okay, now, how are we gonna handle this one? Speakers.yaml. Oh, there is already one. Eotoki. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Well, this is a win. Name. Dab. Slug. So the slug here is for if you've ever had a different name. So we're just going to use the same one. Eotoki. So if I go to my, let's see, there's my speakers. Where? All the way at the bottom, right? Come on, all the way to the bottom. Aha. Delete all three of those. Come all the way up to this one. Not quite. This one. And be down here. Quote. Delete those three. And Tom says, sounds good. Yeah, so right now we're trying to identify people who haven't put a lot of detail in there. So for example, yeah, we have like a first name basis. I'm kind of like, I don't know, part of this is like, is this intentional? Like, do we want just a first name basis here? Okay. Lilith. Users. There's gonna be a lot of Liliths. Yeah. There's a lot of Liliths. Let's see. Let's start on the first day, day 1, with Lilith. Okay. I'm gonna translate this and see if I can get something useful out of it. That's not helpful. Translate. Not helpful either. Translate. Thank you. Ruby engineer, currently working in 5X, daily work spans, paranoid interest in developing interesting and practical tools. HouseTube says, maybe check the speakers page for socials. So that's the thing, is I think this is the speakers page. Because this is like sessions. Yeah. And I imagine if they were here, they'd put it here, you know what I mean? Okay. Let's try second source of data, which is our speakers.yaml. Search this for Lilith. Okay, that's our new one that we added. This is the only Lilith? I feel like Lilith is a very popular name. Okay, Lilith. Maybe we get lucky. Just scan through the profile pictures. See, there's so many Liliths here. Why are there so few? There's like 10 on the page. There are so many Liliths. There are like pages and pages and pages of Liliths. And mentally in my brain, I'm just kind of like cherry blossom, sun hatch. I'm not seeing anything. There's like 100 pages of Liliths. This is insane. No, there's 4.6 thousand Liliths. Okay. Can I do like an advanced search? Oh wait, maybe I can't. What if I go in here and I'm like, More languages, Ruby. Okay. 19 results. That's better. That's better. And none of them are the one we're looking for. So I'm gonna let that one go. I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm just gonna like search this title and see if something comes up. Nope. 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 Okay. I knew this one was gonna be rough. Okay, Cindy. Cindy. Okay, we're looking for a lemon chick. Is it bad that I think this one might be a little bit easier to find? Cindy. Lemon chick, 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 lemon chick. I'm still looking for Ruby. I'm still looking for Ruby. I'm looking for a lemon chick, a little lemon chick. I'm looking for a lemon chick, a little lemon chick. I'm looking for a lemon chicken, a lemon chicken. HouseTube says you can search for the name and do language Ruby. I am. Looking for a lemon chick, a lemon chick. This is a lot of pages that I've gone through. Okay. That was 131 results. I'm moving on to the next one. Actually, I'm going to translate this in case it gives me a hint. Sometimes you'll like get a little hint from the thing. Like this. I'm currently a software engineer at DevCore. Let's go stalk Cindy and find Cindy's job. DevCore. DevCore. Maybe this one? That one feels right. Company. Team members. Cindy, 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 Cindy. Cindy. That was very helpful. HouseTube says, oh dang. I have the exact same amount of information I had when I started. Services. Research. Team members, achievements. DevCore's annual technology conference. DevCore. Was hoping for a speakers with that one. But yeah. Little chicken. Little lemon chicken. Okay, so here we go. I'm originally from Finland, I guess that. Oh, I'm head of the Japanese office for evil Martians. There we go. Is he already in our data? Yes. Okay, so we don't actually need his. Alright, who's next? Translate, Kasuka. Did we already try this one? We already tried this one. Maybe. I'm just gonna search through each of them. HouseTube says, I feel like there was a Cindy in previous RubyConf Taiwans. Well, I am willing to take a look. I'm gonna go to the real one though. RubyConf Taiwan. We found Cindy. lemon chicken. Okay, for this one, I'm actually gonna update the file. So sometimes I update the like aliases. For this one, I'll update the file. And then I'm gonna go to speakers.yaml and I'm gonna search for Cindy with no details and we'll delete that one. Delete that one. Perfect. Okay, now who was I looking for? No, neb. Yes. Quote, star, yank, inner, quotes. Let's go and find some people. Boop. And we'll get rid of the page. I mean, that wasn't the one I was looking for. I thought I did this correctly. I went over here. I did quote, star, yank inner, quote. Paste. No results. That's my favorite. Okay, let's see. Rails is a very mature, Hotwire native, Strata, my starter template. Thank you, my friend. I love your starter template. Okay. Where did CostCup go? Oh, it's back here. Yep. Okay. George Asfer. Okay. Command F. Command... Well, wait. Okay, there's no more of that. Okay, so now we have to find Georgie Asfer. We go over here. We remove this one. We paste this one. No results. A slow third party. This talk through stoplight. Let me search. Search. Okay, fine. GitHub.com. Search. Stoplight. Traffic control for code. Moskovo. Used by contributors. 29 contributors. I co-maintain. Georgie Asfer. Okay. I work at Evil Martians. Big drama background. Close that one. Close that one. Where did it go? Where did it go? I had it a second ago. Where did it go? I found stoplight. That's the Ruby Australia. That's our thing. Where? What did I do here? Why am I constantly losing things? Okay. GitHub.com. Get rid of this. Okay. Search. Stoplight. Mike Roth says, I think he's another Martian. Can you kindly explain why you are present as HouseTube and as Marco Roth? Oh no, not used by. Contributors. Oh, I closed the contributor one because I didn't think it was this one. Okay. Okay. You're supposedly co-maintaining it, but where are you? Do you have a different picture for your talks? Isn't this the Mastodon one? Clearly clear. Georgie Asfer. Link right there. Probably could have used that. Movie. My God, it says identity crisis. Yeah. Let's see. Martians. People. Careers, agent skills. Open source, blog. Hire Martians, remote. Relocation to Portugal. After a probationary period, we can support your relocation to Portugal, where most of your colleagues are based. I know there's a page that has like pictures of all the Martians. Where are the Martians? Contact us, careers, evil Martians, Japan. Okay, I kind of like that. Lucky Deos. Make my life easy. You know, I did think that was probably... Ah! Ha! Okay. And it's spelled differently, so. 4. Okay, nothing for that. GitHub. Locadeos. Lowercase. Locadeos. There's not another one. I'm going to put in a preventative here. Just because this is here. And I don't want to fight this in the future. Yes. I don't want to run into that one. Okay. Let's get back to speaker stalking. Get out of here, Martians. Ken! Why do you do this to me, Ken? You might want to use the GitHub name as the main name for the profile. Yeah, I can do that. But this is the first time he's ever... Presumably this is the first time that we've got him speaking. Ken. I have nothing for this one. I can search, but... Unless we get really lucky... I just mean because that's the name he chose on his public profile. Oh. Okay. Let's see. That's a pretty good reason. Delete through quotes. On his GitHub or on his... I mean... Do I have anything to work with here? I have language Ruby, I have type users. I need a match of the written name Ken on a white background with like a little scrawl. And it says new to Ruby. New to Ruby, but maybe not new to coding. Okay, I'm only gonna go through to 10. 10, I'm giving up. Okay, giving up. Let me read the abstract again. The bio just says I'm new to Ruby. Okay, I think, no. There's nothing in there about having contributed to Vernier. Kadoo! Well, no, yeah. I'll let that one go. We'll consolidate that one in the future. Command F, Command V. Oh! Found. Perfect. Easy peasy. Pale kiwi. We might be lucky here. Okay, this is a new one. But we have a pale kiwi here. And if I'm lucky, if I search for pale kiwi and Ruby, and I go to the first page, nothing. GitHub.com/pale-kiwi. This is ridiculous. The fact that it could not find pale kiwi. Let's be fair, if I'd searched for his name, that would have worked too. Pale kiwi. Masvip says, howdy, Ginal. Hey, Marco. Hi. We're doing data entry. As part of doing the newsletter. Fumi. Copy this one. Go over here. Command F, Command V. Interesting. Already added. Fumi sounds very familiar though. Okay, so we have architectural drawing sun. I'm just gonna try. I'm not even gonna do. Nope. Maybe. No. Name's wrong. Nothing. And what is in type user? Yeah. Nothing. Okay, let's read the description. What you should be aware of, except language. Okay, let's grab the bio. Let's Google Translate it. Also known as Wenyu or simply Fumi. I currently work as a backend engineer at Pic Collage coding in Ruby. Okay, so let's try Wenyu. Zero results. Nope. Okay. Pic Collage. Maybe we get lucky. I don't think so, but maybe. Pic Collage. Video and greeting app. Blog support. Download the app. Is this the same Pic Collage? Help Center. Login cookie. Company. About us. About us, our company. Yep, that feels right. Hang on a second. What are we looking for? Ming Sai. Nope. At least the name is descriptive enough that we'll Oh, but she already has one. Maybe one day. Makra says Requiem for Memories, obviously. What? Hang on, how do you find these? How do you find these? Requiem for Memories. How do you find these? Wait, this is not the same one. How do you know this is the same person? I mean, I admit the Fumi part is the same, but the picture is not. Right? No, the picture's not the same. Does this person work at TW English? Cost Cup 2023. Full-time Cardinal Blue software. The name's not the same, but the cost cup is the same. Can I see the... How? 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 How do you do this? 5 times Ruby. 5 times Ruby, 5 times Ruby. Where's 5 times Ruby? I have to understand how this was done. I have to, in addition, I have to understand how this was done. It's like a little scavenger hunt. I don't know how you connected these. Oh, here we go. Wow. Wow. This was archived. What even is this? Generate admin pages. This isn't like a real... Okay, I'm in awe. But alright, can you find Ken? Honor Mark says, I've returned. Check the title. Check the title, check the title, check the title. Okay, yeah, I see you now. That's wild. Okay. Copy. Well, we'll have both of those now. Okay, let's look at our next one. Let's see. Casa. Okay. X.com, KH no, Linktree, Ruby Taiwan, Ruby Kaigi. I'm guessing KH no. Markra says, I tried to find Ken. Yeah, that one's gonna be a hard one. But the trick is also look at commits and pull requests in the GitHub search, not just the people tab. Yeah, okay, so that's KH no. I'm gonna take a while. Wait, yeah, I already got this one. Okay. KH no 3. Users, none. Code, repositories. Let me double check. RubyConf, COSCUP, Speaker Deck, Casa H no. Casa H no. 3 decks, 1 following. And then Ruby Taiwan. Ruby Taiwan, Ruby Taiwan, Ruby Taiwan, Ruby Taiwan. Human languages. Taiwan, Speaker Deck. I feel like we're like circling this one. Still not quite. Umbrella H. Found it. Yep. Casa. Okay, and now the trick with this one is to search for other Umbrella H's, and there are none. Now, we saw a speaker deck. Ruby Taiwan year-end challenges and strategies in self-hosting. My perception during Ruby Kaigi 2025. I'm gonna check some of these other titles. As Control Shift F, Control V. Nothing? Oh no, it's excluding data. Hang on. Today I want data. No results found. Okay. Micro says, might as well add the speaker deck handle while at it. I don't actually remember how to do that. I assume it's just this. With, you know, like a P. Oh yeah, there's one. Thank you, Casper. Okay. Casa H no 3. Me and B. Oh, and then like for the I guess Casa. With Ruby we stride for Japan, Code Party, open source software, Code Party enjoyment. Ah, Habitica! I love Habitica. Okay. And the last name actually is Sao. Does it say that? I didn't see that as we. Oh, it did on X. Yep. 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 Okay. Should we go ahead and add the Casa H in 03 as an alias? I think that's gonna get us in the future. This one. Boop. Yep. I'm just gonna add that. Let's see. Mousehoop says, y'all gonna submit CFP stuff for SF RubyConf in November. So I'm out of PTO. So I'm not submitting to the CFP for SF Ruby. I cannot. I am fully out of PTO, which means that Rails World and Rocky Mountain Ruby will be my last 2 conferences of the season, which makes me really sad. But yeah. Mike Ross is actually, I think I even met her at Ruby Kaigi. I think that's an advantage for a project like this, like knowing all of these people already. Okay. So let me go back to, I'm gonna close X, close this one, close the speaker deck, back up, yeah. Okay, let's go back to this one. Is that all of them? That's all of them. And we already found this one, right? Yeah, I started with that one. Okay, I'm done. I think I'm done. Okay, git status. These are a lot of files. Bin, Rails, validate all. Mosoup says, bummer. Oh, I should apply to Rocky Mountain Ruby. It has closed. The CFP for Rocky Mountain Ruby has closed. And they have actually already selected their speakers and are reaching out to them now, and so we should expect the schedule very soon. Mike Ross says, I'm good with remembering names, but I really struggle remembering Asian names. Mosoup says, maybe you could tell your employer you'll wear a shirt with your company on it and consider it a marketing work trip. I guess not. They won't even, like, okay, so they gave me 3 days for RubyConf because one of the cool things my company does is they let you have basically 24 hours of volunteer time, like, on your work schedule. And so because Ruby Central is a 401c3, 501c3, whatever it is, oh, I have to update this one. This is why we check. But yeah, they wouldn't let me use it. Here we go. Yep. Thank you. Honor Mark says, I have to use PTO for Laracon since we don't write a lick of PHP at work. I feel like if it's a tech conference and you're speaking, like, that feels like enough of a filtering for, like, I don't know, or maybe a specific number per year. But yeah, I'm having to use PTO for all of mine and I'm very, very tired. Okay, let's run this again. Oh, and one of my IDs it doesn't like because we're now Cindy Liu. Command F. Cindy. Okay. Running your check. Come on. Go ahead and quit. Quit. Okay. Let's run the validations again. Did it already fail some? It already failed some. Yerba check would fail speakers.yaml. I'm gonna let all this run and then I'm gonna do that. Mark says I'm not speaking though, so. Mark says I ran out of Cloud credits and I'm now using Grok for coding. I'm really tempted to turn Grok loose and say, make the code spicy. That could have very interesting results. I would commit before I did that. I would commit and I would push and I would review. Phantom Glitch says, applied for level 1 SOC and analyst position in Belfast. PTO is a myth to most SOC analysts. Mark, you're gonna have to explain this one. How on earth did you find that one? Alright, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at this. Users. Okay, so that's not doing anything. Maybe GitHub is like, how did you confirm this? How did you confirm this, and how do you know this is the right Ken? Ruby Deep Dive, Test Engine, Binius, Discord Bomb, Recipe. Marco! How do you know? Okay, I'm gonna try searching this on other platforms. Mark says Taipei plus Ruby plus contributed to the 5x Ruby repo plus found him on the Taiwanese meetup site for Ruby Taiwan. Let's try this. Contributed to 5x Ruby. I did see that as one of the pinned ones. Okay, 5x training, pull requests. Let me try closed. Bounce says Marcos Boba Fett levels of bounty hunting skills was tracking these people down. Yeah! Taiwanese meetup site for Ruby Taiwan. Where's the... not this one. Okay. Projects. Overview. Okay. Let me see this. Like how... because it was just like... well, I guess with Taiwan. Can recently participated events. That is a drawing. I feel like I've seen that drawing before though. Is 6 years just learned Ruby? Bust up Ruby Taiwan. Ruby Jam. Taiwan track. I mean, maybe. Well, how do you connect? Wait, how do you connect this one to the other Ken? Okay, I mean not 100%, but it's quite likely the same person. Or it could be a different one. How far back do these go? Can we find like a view to-do list, tomato warrior, my landing page? Like these go back to 2020. Let me try and find Kenneser. because they renamed their GitHub handle. Ooh, okay. How do you... You're so fast! Files changed. 42. Connoisseur. Honor Marx's plot twist, Mark Roth is Ken Chen, and he has all these links on standby. Imagine, lol. I believe that one more than I like. Ken Chen 1126. Ken Chen 1126. Connoisseur. And they renamed... I can't actually see the contents of the pull request. Yeah. It's in the title again. I mean, maybe. But that's like a brain... Oh, I get it. No, I don't get it. That's the branch. That implies that there's two connoisseurs. Let's see if we can find Rails engine. There we go. Now we got a face. Okay. Been a cat, cute cat, cat engine, to do, cat crud. Okay. Come on, give me an author link. What does this talk about again? This talk is about Puma threads. That does not sound like an intro level talk. Maybe that was sarcastic. Cat crud, Rails app. Or the commit message. That poor cat has a cute level of 1. Feels bad, man. What cat? Oh, the cute level in here. Maybe the cute level is reversed. New cat. How do I find... So I think... Let's see. Can we try... Ken Chen? No. Connoisseur. If I could find like a... No. Connoisseur. Was that the right one? I'm gonna close this one. Otherwise I'm gonna confuse myself again. None of these are the right ones. I literally just had this here, and it was the right one. Oh, okay. Connoisseur. 5x Ruby, PostgreSQL, Vue component, Rails engine, Vue, service object, Rails engine, metaprogramming. None of these are... I'm trying to find like a social media profile that's like, hey, I'm gonna go do this talk at COSCUP. I don't know. I'm okay with it, but like... What if these are two different people? Let me look at that. Well, I guess it... I guess this is... I guess this is the same person merging these? Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah, that's the same person. So Kenesur is the same person as Kenshin. Search for Kenesur12345 and go to commits. It's a lot of the same handle. Okay. I lost Kenesur. Search. Kenesur indexed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Commits. Yeah. Yeah, that feels like. But then, what if we try looking for this one? Is that the same one? No, this is 2.6. Come on. Exactly. No, nothing. Well, I guess someone will get upset with us if we have the wrong one. Guess someone will get upset with us if we have the wrong one. This would be so much easier after the fact when we could like look at the face once the videos came out. Can. Yes. It would be so much easier after the videos release. I'm gonna do year of apply again. It says it's updated. I'm gonna validate all. And then I'm gonna double check that all our speakers got linked. And then our aliasing handled that well. Then I'm done. Maybe I'll do the other EXO Ruby really quick, but after that I'm done. I believe in you. And I have to like DB seed. There we go. All validations passed. Bin, Rails, DB, seed. Alright, what branch am I on? July newsletter. Git checkout. Git switch -c. I'm just renaming it. July newsletter content updates. Yay! Git status. Git add -i. There are a lot of files modified. First, we're going to go through the untracked files. I'm going to take the brand new CFP for RubyConf India, the one for Ruby World, the venue for EXO Ruby Seattle, and the videos for EXO Ruby Seattle. We're going to skip all of our plans, and we're going to skip the lib generators README. So really, we're just adding 3, 4, 5, and 6. Excellent. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. So I'm going to hit yes. So I'm going to do 5 for patch add. Our event.yaml has been updated for RubyConf Africa. RubyConf Taiwan has an event.yaml update and a videos.yaml update. And we have speakers.yaml updates. And we have EXO Ruby Seattle I'm going to make these all of the content changes, and then I'm going to do the newsletter ones in a separate commit. All right. Now, there's our RubyConf Africa tickets. There's our tickets for COSCUP. Here is an enormous number of changes adding to COSCUP 2026. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Yes, I want those. Yep, there's our additional alias for elect 9620. That's the one that we're testing to see if it works. George asked for is added. We're going to add Carl Oscar Weber as an alias for Carl Oscar Weber. Then we have Casa Hizao. Yes to that one. Ken Shen, maybe to that one. And then Lilith, who we were unable to find because there are lots and lots of Liliths out there. All right, then Mengying Sai is Requiem for Memories. Nibiu alias Telefe added. Pavel Lazowski added. Next, over here for Exo Ruby Seattle, we have an exact location. So we say yes to that one. And then we quit, because we're all done with patch adding. Git, commit, -m, add content updates for upcoming events that will be featured in the July newsletter. Boop. Perfect. Git commit -pm. Lilith, you say. Challenge accepted. Okay, you have to find the right Lilith. There are lots of Liliths. There are lots and lots and lots of Liliths. Git commit -pm. Yeah. Update newsletter generator for July. Lots more emojis. All right, so there's our video file regex. Instead of having everything in a giant create newsletter file, we've started to break it down into initialized dates. And then we have fetch this month's contributions instead of running them separately. And then we have fetch videos that relies on PRs from fetching contributions. Marco has already merged a better way of doing this. So it's quite possible that before I create the actual newsletter on Monday, we'll have a better way of doing this. We're deleting event dates and sentence and fetch this month's contributors because we have a better way of doing it now. And over here in CFPs, we've swapped our dash out for a little emoji and we've shortened our description there. Over here, we have a lot of changes to everything. So I'm going to split these changes up using an S. Our first one is going to be the events. What we do now is we have in parentheses formatted date and event location, and instead of a bullet point, we have the little emoji for a calendar. Let's see. So we're going to say yes to that one. The other thing we do... Yeah, no, we just say if events, talks, watchable, any videos are available. So we'll say yes to that one. Next, what we now do is we break out normal events and canceled events. So if an event is canceled, we no longer list it in our month's events. We now separate it out, italicize it, and say like, hey, if you were planning on attending this, please be advised that it has just been canceled. Next, we have the video PRs update event. We have the PR number, we have the updated events, and this is going to link to the actual talks path or the event path. So you say yes to that, and then here is the big win. We now say this month we merged PR count from contributors. We have date range updated. That looks good. Big updates remains. We ended up deleting the first time contributor section just because that section, now that we have 1,500 plus PRs, is a lot harder to calculate. And then our last one is thank you to all contributors count contributors. Perfect. This last section is where we list out. So this used to be the first contributions, but now we have a much simpler contributors section with a little robot. And we say, are you looking to join this list in next month instead of statically saying July? Check out our contributing page or contributing.md on GitHub. Yes! Excellent. And Margaret says Lilith Jin. All right, let's check this one. We have Lilith Jin. Users. None. Okay. I don't think the search is returning people by username. 1L, not 2 L's. 1L Lilith. Okay, I can't blame GitHub search on that one. Okay, you're gonna have to help me with the logic here, because that's a different face. That's a different face. That's a different face. Okay, so we have 5x Ruby. No 5x Ruby repositories. Oh, there's 5x training. Okay. That's a promising sign, because this one had like some 5x Ruby stuff. Is related to 5x Ruby in the organizer merged her PR into that org. Goldenland says, what? Looking for Lilith. Okay, so we index RubyEvents. And one of the things we do when we're looking at upcoming events is we go find the speakers and we get their GitHub so that we can like associate them with their profile. So for example, the Lilith we are talking about is the Lilith who spoke or who is going to be speaking at Cost Cup soon. And it's just the one name. So we're trying to associate that with an actual thing. Okay. Let's see. The 5x Ruby thing is really helping. I'm guessing that's a big organization in Taiwan. Access taggable. Renew V1. Let me go get Google Translate. Okay, let me try translate. Maybe. I think the 5x connection here in the description, because I remember there being one. I'm not 100% on the Ken thing. I think there might be multiple Kens. Using the facial structure. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Maybe they have similar faces. I just closed the translation window, didn't I? Because I think this one did mention 5x. Yeah, working in the 5x Ruby development team. Okay. Yeah. That feels like the right one. I'm surprised we don't have more Liliths. Golden Lion says when they sign up, you could ask for their GitHub. So we do. The only way you can log into the site is you can use the GitHub. But the thing is, we don't want people to just claim unclaimed talks, right? So we don't want people to like literally say like, oh, this talk is a okay, let me go find the examples. Okay, I can close that now. Oh, I don't want this one. I want the real one. Here we go. So we have this to-do speaker, right? And theoretically, what someone could do is they could go to like any of these. A lot of them are like closing remarks and stuff, but like this one. Somebody could go to this one and be like, this one is me, assign it to me, unless we have this associated with like a name or a GitHub, so we can say like, no, the person who authenticates as that handle. Like, for example, mine is @shellcodes, right? So if I say all of my talks are associated with Rachel Wright Munn is associated with @shellcodes, when I log in with my GitHub, all of my talks are present there, and I can't steal anybody else's talks. So that's kind of the idea behind having a GitHub associated with it. Sometimes we get it wrong and we have to fix it and correct it, but we've made that process as easy as possible. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave it as Lilith instead of Lilith Jen. Git commit -pm found last speaker. Yes. Okay. We're gonna push this branch. I'm gonna open up my pull request. Alt click. Did I want to, I think I might want some screenshots for all of these. There we go. July newsletter content updates. All right, for the July newsletter. Yay! I went through some of the next month's events and pulled some missing data and added it. Also modified the generator for the newsletter. Alright, so here's my local host. Refresh this. Da 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 da. Now we have all of our talks in Chinese and English. Yep. There we go. Yeah, I'm being a lazy bum. The Stream Deck. I want to open the snipping tool. There we go. You. Boop. This one. Yes. That failed. Hang on, let me try that again. Snipping tool. It's probably so small you can't read it, but that's fine. Alright, let's see. We're gonna go over here, add a screenshot, and then we'll jump over here into events. XORuby Seattle, talks, snipping tool. Grab a quick snip of that. Yep. I'm not going to cover everything just because there's, a lot of them, but I'll cover the more important ones. And then we'll preview those. Yep. Cool. Yay! And then testing steps. Ugh. This one. This one. On Air Mark says, on Windows, I highly recommend ShareX over Snipping Tool. It has so many more annotation options. I used a tool in Windows called PicPic, but I also like the Snipping Tool. I've never tried ShareX. I don't want more apps. Is that weird to say? Like, I don't want more apps in my life. Let's see. And added ticket URLs. Yeah, that's fine. I can scroll through here really quick. Added tickets for that. Added CFP for that. Okay, so it did not remove my comments. That was just me throwing slander around. This was just one where it generated an empty videos file. Honor Mark says, I felt the same way, but then I tried it and I never looked back. I just am like, I don't know. Occasionally I find something that I actually think is worth it, but most of the time I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save. Let me double check this. Okay, there are some speakers. Oh, Joey is speaking. Oh, and Kyle. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Oh, they got the venue and everything. Okay, I'm gonna have to add that one at another date because I am tired. Gonna have to add it for the first. I'm gonna create the pull request. Good. It's gonna do the labels. I think this will look good. I think this will look very good. Everywhere on localhost. There we go. Alright, so this is what it currently looks like when we generate it. We have these open CFPs, we have the events, we have the August events. There's a little bit of spacing between those. If we're planning on attending this, please be advised it's been canceled. Okay, so this one, some of these are actually videos and some of them are not. Wow, okay, so we're at 113 PRs. Okay, and this is obviously no good. I think what I'll probably do when I run the actual one is put the dashes back in the new lines. Mouse Soup says, wait, don't stop now, keep going until you have 43 PRs. Marco got up to 46. What am I at? I'm at 12. I'm at 12. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find some way to split these. Mouse says, cool that Chris Funk contributed. He's a good guy. Yeah. Oh, and Andy got 5 in. Mike got 1 in. Steven got 1 in. Neha got 2. Eric got 1. Ziggy got 1. Madison got 1. Stefan got 1. Yeah, I could just read through this whole list. I'm not gonna do that though. Oh, Audrey got 2. I didn't expect that one. Caleb got 1. Michael Ross says, I don't see Miles. Miles says, oh, a lot of new friends in there from RubyConf. Yeah, I was thinking about highlighting that in like the little contributor section and being like, hey, we ran a hack day at this and it was really fun and we got this many contributors. Masu says, I know, I'm overdue. Yago and I will appear on an attempt, hopefully this week. Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. I feel like most of them are pretty good. Why? I should not be doing the doc. Oh. I have to do the Docker image and I have to do the actual tests because I made code changes. I did make code changes. So I updated the generator. Yeah. And that's what's causing me trouble. See, this one is fetch videos. This whole section I think is gonna be changed. Oh, Margaret says if you got your slides from RubyConf, that's a good first PR. That's true. We love slides URL PRs. Yeah, that's a good one. Honestly, like slides and resources and just updating those is huge. Do you remember earlier I was like 7 minutes, it's not so bad, it's not so long. Nope. Malasoup says, oh yeah, I do have that. I didn't know there was a way to put those in RubyEvents. I have slides from several talks. So the field that you're gonna want to use is slides URL. Yeah, here's some from Aloha. So it's literally just like speaker deck link. And now we actually support Google Slides too. And the really cool thing about this, Amsterdam, Ancient City, Balkan Ruby. Balkan Ruby. That's a fun one. All right, let's do this one. Yank inner quote. Balkan Ruby 2024. If we go take a look at this, the real RubyEvents. I don't think I can do this. No, I can't do this. I can do Balkan Ruby. And I can go to 2024. And I can look at talks. How to do well in consulting. And then you'll see there's this slide section. And for speaker deck in Google Slides, you can also just like click through them. Boop, 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 boop. Mousehoops says, I think mine are on Google Slides. Should I check out speaker deck? You can put them in Google Slides. You can put them in Google Slides. I don't know how many of mine I've updated. Hey! Come on. Load. Load. This is not very promising. The fact that I'm like, yeah, you can totally use Google Slides, and then when it comes time to load the Google Slides, they don't want to load. But yeah, you can theoretically, like, do Google Slides. And possibly even, actually do Google Slides. Yay! All checks have passed. The July newsletter content updates are done. I'm gonna squash and merge them. In they go. Off they go. They're done. Mousehoops says I can try my next talk in speaker deck and see how I like it. Mark Ross says on speaker deck they are static and not as easily deleted and removed as Google Slides and drives. It's just an export target. Usually after I give a talk, I duplicate it if I'm going to reuse it or tweak it, so mine shouldn't be a moving target. Same. But that is, I don't know. Maybe I'll try speaker deck. I got annoyed at speaker deck because I didn't like how they were like, you have to have our logo on your like page and slides and stuff. And I was like, ugh. I guess that's fair enough. Anyway. It's been lovely to see you all. We're going to have some very, very slow rolling credits. And then I'm going to be done. And I'm going to go have some more snacks. And yeah, that's the plan. I'm going to be very happy about that. All right, thank you so much, Care Rivas, for following. Atombs, welcome. Life of a Waste, welcome. Cog Player Op says new to channel, welcome, right as I'm leaving. Thank you for following. Emirat Soy, Campy Bara, SAZ, K Sisme 2014, Panzer, Kato Something, Mr. Reboot, Beast Kid Kevin, and thank you so much to our subscribers and resubscriptions, Phantom Glitch, and of course Papa Smurf of Death for I think it was 78 months. Mousehoops says, wow, amazing name, Campy Barrow, whoever you are. I agree. Cog Player Up says, you work as what role in which company? I work as a senior software engineer at a bank. However, what I do here is I do open source contributions to RubyEvents, which makes me very happy. And unfortunately, Cog Player Up, you have arrived exactly as I'm leaving, as I have just read through all of the followers, subscriptions, and resubs that I've gotten. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to find somebody else to hang out with. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. Ah, Stan LaFresh. Hey, oh, I'm sorry, I'm leaving right now. Stan LaFresh, thank you so much for the gifted subscription. Everybody, if you just got a subscription, say thank you. And yeah. Stan LaFresh says that's all right. We welcome him in anyways. Miles Swoops says come hang out with us next Sunday. Cog Player Opto and Phantom Glitches. Bye-bye, Chill. See you next week. Oh, okay. If you're in my Discord, I want to hear your ideas. So, it is my streamiversary. I first started streaming in 2019 on August 3rd. And so on August 2nd, we're going to be celebrating my streamiversary, and I haven't decided how to do it yet. So talk to me, help me come up with ideas, come up with fun stuff, reference like old streams and stuff like that. I don't know. I have to figure out something fun to do next week. All right, I'm gonna stop streaming and then I'm gonna send off a raid. Bye. Anna Mark says, and my birthday is August 5th. That sounds fun. Lovely. Bye.